Chapter 9 of Child of Storm. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Child of Storm by H. Rider Haggard. Chapter 9. Allan returns to Zululand. A whole year had gone by in which I did or tried to do various things that have no connection with this story, when once more I found myself in Zululand, at Umbezi's kraal indeed. Hither I had tracked in fulfillment of a certain bargain already alluded to that was concerned with ivory and guns, which I had made with the old fellow, or rather with Masapo, his son-in-law, whom we represented in this matter. Into the exact circumstances of that bargain I do not enter, since at the moment I cannot recall whether I ever obtained the necessary permit to import these guns into Zululand, although now that I am older I earnestly hope that I did so, since it is wrong to sell weapons to natives that may be put to all sorts of unforeseen uses. At any rate, there I was, sitting alone with the headman in his hut, discussing a dram of square-face that I had given to him, for the trade was finished to our mutual satisfaction, and Scowl, my body servant with the hunters, had just carried off the ivory, a fine lot of tusks, to my wagons. "Well, Umbezi," I said, "and how has it fared with you since we parted a year ago? Have you seen anything of Saduko, who, you may remember, left you in some wrath?" "Thanks be to my spirit, I have seen nothing of that wild man, Macumazahn," answered Umbezi, shaking his fat old head in a fashion which showed great anxiety. "Yet I have heard of him, for he sent me a message the other day to tell me that he had not forgotten what he owed me." "Did he mean the sticks with which he promised to bray you like a green hide?" I inquired innocently. "I think so, Macumazahn. I think so, for certainly he owes me nothing else, and the worst of it is that there at Panda's kraal he has grown like a pumpkin on a dung-heap. Great, great. And therefore is now one who can pay any debt that he owes, Umbezi," I said, taking a pull of the square face and looking at him over the top of the pannikin. "Doubtless he can, Macumazahn, and, between you and me, that is the real reason why I, or rather Masapo, was so anxious to get those guns. They were not for hunting, as I told you by the messenger, or for war, but to protect us against Saduko in case he should attack. Well, now I hope we shall be able to hold our own." "You and Masapo must teach your people to use them first, Umbezi. But I expect Saduko has forgotten all about both of you now that he is the husband of a princess of the royal blood. Tell me, how goes it with Mameena?" "Oh, well, Macumazahn, for is she not the head lady of the Amasomi? There is nothing wrong with her, nothing at all, except that as yet she has no child. Also that," and he paused. "That what?" I asked. "That she hates the very sight of her husband Masapo, and says that she would rather be married to a baboon, yes, to a baboon, than to him, which gives him offence, after he has paid so many cattle for her. But what of this, Macumazahn? There is always a grain missing upon the fine head of corn. Nothing is quite perfect in the world, Macumazahn, and if Mameena does not chance to love her husband—" and he shrugged his shoulders and drank some square-face. "Of course it does not matter in the least, Umbezi, except to Mameena and her husband, who will no doubt settle down in time, now that Saduko is married to a princess of the Zulu house." "I hope so, Macumazahn, but to tell you the truth, I wish you had brought more guns, for I live amongst a terrible lot of people. Masapo, who is furious with Mameena because she will have none of him, and therefore with me as though I could control Mameena. Mameena, who is mad with Masapo, and therefore with me because I gave her in marriage to him. Saduko, who foams at the mouth at the name of Masapo because he has married Mameena, whom it is said he still loves, and therefore at me, because I am her father and did my best to settle her in the world. Oh, give me some of that fire water, Macumazahn, for it makes me forget all these things, and especially that my guardian spirit made me the father of Mameena, with whom you would not run away when you might have done so. Oh, Macumazahn, why did you not run away with Mameena and turn her into a quiet white woman who ties herself up in sags, sings songs to the great, great in the sky, that is, hymns to the power above us, and never thinks of any man who is not her husband? Because if I had done so, Umbesi, I should have ceased to be a quiet white man. Yes, yes, my friend, I should have been in some such place as yours today, and that is the last thing that I wish. And now, Umbesi, you have had quite enough square face, so I will take the bottle away with me. Good night. On the following morning I trekked very early from Umbesi's kraal, before he was up indeed, for the square face made him sleep sound. My destination was Nodwengu, Panda's great place, where I hoped to do some trading. But as I was in no particular hurry, my plan was to go round by Masapo's and see for myself how it fared between him and Mameena. Indeed, I reached the borders of the Amasomi territory, whereof Masapo was chief, by evening, and camped there. But with the night came reflection, and reflection told me that I should do well to keep clear of Mameena and her domestic complications, if she had any. So I changed my mind, and next morning trekked on to Nodwengu by the only route that my guides reported to be predictable, one which took me a long way around. That day, owing to the roughness of the road, if road it could be called, and an accident to one of the wagons, we only covered about 15 miles, and as night fell were obliged to outspan at the first spot where we could find water. When the oxen had been unyoked, I looked about me and saw that we were in a place that, although I had approached it from somewhat different direction, I had not her husband recognized at once as the mouth of the Black Kloof, in which, over a year before, I had interviewed Zikali the Little and Wise. There was no mistaking the spot. That blasted valley with the piled-up columns of boulders and the overhanging cliff at the end of it have, so far as I am aware, no exact counterparts in Africa. I sat upon the box of the first wagon eating my food, which consisted of some bitong and biscuit, for I had not bothered to shoot any game that day, which was very hot, and wondering whether Zikali were still alive, also whether I should take the trouble to walk up the kloof and find out. On the whole, I thought that I would not, as the place repelled me, and I did not particularly wish to hear any more of his prophecies and fierce, ill-omened talk. So I just sat there studying the wonderful effect of the red evening light pouring up between those walls of fantastic rocks. Presently I perceived far away a single human figure, whether it were man or woman I could not tell, walking towards me along the path which ran at the bottom of the cleft. In those gigantic surroundings it looks extraordinarily small and lonely, although perhaps because of the intense red light in which it was bathed, or perhaps just because it was human, a living thing in the midst of all that still, inanimate grandeur. It caught and focused my attention. I grew greatly interested in it. I wondered if it were that of man or woman, and what it was doing here in this haunted valley. The figure drew nearer, and now I saw it was slender and tall, like that of a lad or of a well-grown woman. But to which sex it belonged I could not see, because it was draped in a cloak of beautiful gray fur. Just then Scowl came to the other side of the wagon to speak to me about something, which took off my attention for the next 2 minutes. When I looked round again, it was to see the figure standing within 3 yards of me, its face hidden by a kind of hood which was attached to the fur cloak. "Who are you, and what is your business?" I asked, whereon a gentle voice answered, "Do you not know me, O Macumazahn?" How can I know who was tied up like a gourd in a mat? Yet, is it not? Is it not? "Yes, it is Mameena, and I am very pleased that you should remember my voice, Macumazahn, after we have been separated for such a long, long time." And with a sudden movement she threw back the kaross, hood and all, revealing herself in all her strange beauty. I jumped down off the wagon box and took her hand. "Oh, Macumazahn," she said while I still held it, or, to be accurate, while she still held mine. "Indeed, my heart is glad to see a friend again." And she looked at me with her appealing eyes, which, in the red light, I could see appeared to float in tears. "A friend, Mameena!" I exclaimed. "Why, now you are so rich and the wife of a big chief, you must have plenty of friends." "Alas, Macumazahn, I am rich in nothing except trouble, for my husband saves like the ants for winter. Why, he even grudged me this poor kaross, and as for friends, he is so jealous that he will not allow me any." "He cannot be jealous of women, Mameena." "Oh, women! Pff! I do not care for women. They are very unkind to me because, well, perhaps you can guess why, Macumazahn," she answered, glancing at her own reflection in a little travelling looking-glass that hung from the woodwork of the wagon, for I had been using it to brush my hair, and smiled very sweetly. "At least you have your husband, Mameena, and I thought that perhaps by this time—" She held up her hand. "My husband! Oh, I would that I had him not, for I hate him, Macumazahn, and as for the rest, never. The truth is that I never cared for any man except one whose name you may chance to remember, Macumazahn." "I suppose you mean Saduko?" I began. "Tell me, Macumazahn," she inquired innocently, "are white people very stupid? I ask you because you do not seem as clever as you used to be, or have you perhaps a bad memory?" Now I felt myself turning red as the sky behind me, and broke in hurriedly. "If you did not like your husband, Mameena, you should not have married him. You know you need not unless you wished." "When one has only 2 thorn bushes to sit on, Macumazahn, one chooses that which seems to have the fewest prickles, to discover sometimes that they are still there in hundreds, although one did not see them. You know that at length everyone gets tired of standing." "That is why you have taken to walking, Mameena? I mean, what are you doing here, alone?" "I? Oh, I heard that you were passing this way, and came to have a talk with you. No, from you I cannot hide even the least bit of the truth. I came to talk with you, but also I came to see Zikali and ask him what a wife should do who hates her husband." "Indeed? And what did he answer you?" "He answered that he thought she had better run away with another man, if there were one whom she did not hate, out of Zululand, of course," she replied, looking first at me and then at my wagon and the 2 horses that were tied to it. "Is that all he said, Mameena?" "No. Have I not told you that I cannot hide 1 grain of the truth from you? He added that the only other thing to be done was to sit still and drink my sour milk, pretending that it is sweet, until my spirit gives me a new cow. He seemed to think that my spirit would be bountiful in the matter of new cows one day." "Anything more?" I inquired. One little thing. Have I not told you that you shall have all the truth? Sekali seemed to think also that at last every one of my herd of cows, old and new, would come to a bad end. He did not tell me to what end." She turned her head aside, and when she looked up again I saw that she was weeping, really weeping this time, not just making her eyes swim as she did before. "Of course they will come to a bad end, Macumazahn," she went on in a soft, thick voice. "For I and all with whom I have to do were torn out of the reeds, i.e. created, that way. And that's why I won't tempt you to run away with me any more, as I meant to do when I saw you, because it is true, Macumazahn, you are the only man I ever liked or shall ever like, and you know that I could make you run away with me if I chose, although I am black and you are white. Oh, yes, before tomorrow morning. But I won't do it, for why should I catch you in my unlucky web and bring you into all sorts of trouble among my people and your own? Go you your road, Macumazahn, and I will go mine as the wind blows me. And now give me a cup of water and let me be away. A cup of water, no more. Oh, do not be afraid for me, or melt too much, lest I should melt also. I have an escort waiting over yonder hill. There, thank you for your water, Macumazahn, and good night. Doubtless we shall meet again ere long, and, I forgot, the little wise one said he would like to have a talk with you. Good night, Macumazahn, good night. I trust that you did a profitable trade with Umbezi my father and Masapo my husband. Think it over, Macumazahn, and tell me when next we meet. Give me that pretty mirror, Macumazahn. When I look at it I shall see you as well as myself, and that will please me. You don't know how much. I thank you. Good night." In another minute I was watching her solitary little figure, now wrapped again in the hooded kaross, as it vanished over the brow of the rise behind us. And really, as she went, I felt a lump rising in my throat. Notwithstanding all her wickedness, and I suppose she was wicked, there was something horribly attractive about Mameena. When she had gone, taking my only looking-glass with her, and the lump in my throat had gone also, I began to wonder how much fact there was to her story. She had protested so earnestly that she told me all the truth that I felt sure that there must be something left behind. Also, I remembered that she had said Zekali wanted to see me. Well, the end of it was I took a moonlight walk up that dreadful gorge, into which not even Skal would accompany me, because he declared that the place was well known to be haunted by imikuvu, or spectres who have been raised from the dead by wizards. It was a long and disagreeable walk, and somehow I felt very depressed and insignificant as I trudged on between those gigantic cliffs, passing now through patches of bright moonlight, and now through deep pools of shadow, threading my way among clumps of bush or round the bases of tall pillars of piled-up stones, till at length I came to the overhanging cliffs at the end, which frowned down on me like the brows of some titanic demon. Well, I got to the end at last, and at the gate of the kraal fence was met by one of those fierce and huge men who served the dwarf as guards. Suddenly he emerged from behind a stone, and having scanned me for a moment in silence, beckoned me to follow him, as though I were expected. A minute later I found myself face to face with Zekali, who was seated in the clear moonlight just outside the shadow of his hut and engaged, apparently in his favorite occupation of carving wood with a rough native knife of curious shape. For a while he took no notice of me, then suddenly looked up, shaking back his braided grey locks, and broke into one of his great laughs. "So it is you, Macumazahn," he said. Well, I knew you were passing my way, and that Mameena would send you here. But why do you come to see the thing that should not have been born? To tell me how you fared with the buffalo and the split horn, eh? No, Zicali, for why should I tell you what you know already? Mameena said you wished to talk with me. That was all. Then Mameena lied, he answered, as is her nature, in whose throat live 4 false words, every one of the truth. Still, sit down, Macumazahn. There is beer made ready for you by that stool, and give me the knife and a pinch of the white man's snuff that you have brought for me as a present. I produced these articles, though how he knew I had them with me I cannot tell, nor did I think it worth while to inquire. The snuff, I remember, pleased him very much, but the knife, he said that it was a pretty toy, but he would not know how to use it. Then we fell to talking. What was Mameena doing here? I asked boldly. What was she doing at your wagons? Oh, do not stop to tell me. I know. That is a very good snake of yours, Macumazahn, which always just lets you slip through her fingers when, if she chose to close her hand, well, I do not betray the secrets of my clients. But I say this to you. Go on to the kraal of the son of Senzangakona, and you will see things happen that will make you laugh, for Mameena will be there, and the mongrel Masapo, her husband. Truly she hates him well, and, after all, I would rather be loved than hated by Mameena, though both are dangerous. Poor mongrel, soon jackals will be chewing his bones. Why do you say that? I asked. Only because Mameena tells me that he is a great wizard, and the jackals eat many wizards in Zululand. Also, he is an enemy of Panda's house, is he not? You have been giving her some bad counsel, Zicali, I said, blurting out the thought in my mind. Perhaps, Macumazahn. Only I may call it good counsel. I have my own road to walk, and if I can find some clear way in the thorns that would prick my feet, what of it? Also, she will get her pay, who finds life dull up there among the Amasomi, with one she hates for a hut fellow. Go you and watch, and afterwards, when you have an hour to spare, come and tell me what happens. That is, if I do not chance to be there to see for myself. Is Sudoku well? I asked to change the subject, for I did not wish to become privy to the plots that filled the air. I am told that his tree grows great, that it overshadows all the royal kraal. I think that Mameena wishes to sleep in the shade of it. And now you are weary, and so am I. Go back to your wagons, Macumazahn, for I have nothing more to say to you tonight. But be sure to return and tell me what chances at Panda's kraal, or, as I have said, perhaps I shall meet you there. Who knows? Now it will be observed that there was nothing very remarkable in this conversation between Zicali and myself. He did not tell me any deep secrets or make any great prophecy. It may be wondered, indeed, when there is so much to record, why I set it down at all. My answer is because of the extraordinary impression that it produced upon me. Although so little was said, I felt all the while that those few words were a veil hiding terrible events to be. I was sure that some dreadful scheme had been hatched between the old dwarf and Mameena, whereof the issue would soon become apparent, and that he had sent me away in a hurry after he learned that she had told me nothing, because he feared lest I should stumble on its cue and perhaps cause it to fail. At any rate, as I walked back to my wagons by moonlight down that dreadful gorge, the hot, thick air seemed to have a physical taste and smell of blood, and the dank foliage of the tropical trees that grew there, when now and again a puff of wind stirred them, moaned like the fabled imikovu, or as man might do in their last faint agony. The effect upon my nerves was quite strange, for when at last I reached my wagons I was shaking like a reed, and a cold perspiration, unnatural enough upon that hot night, poured from my face and body. Well, I took a couple of stiff tots of square face to pull myself together, and at length went to sleep, to awake before dawn with a headache. Looking out of the wagon, to my surprise, I saw Scowl and the hunters, who should have been snoring, standing in a group and talking to each other in frightened whispers. I called Scowl to me and asked what was the matter.
"Nothing, boss," he said with a shamefaced air. "Only there are so many spooks about this place. They have been passing in and out of it all night."
"Spooks, you idiot," I answered. "Probably they were people going to visit the Nyanga Zikali."
"Perhaps, boss. Only then we do not know why they should look all like dead people, princes some of them by their dress, and walk upon the air a man's height from the ground."
"Pooh," I replied. "Do you not know the difference between owls in the midst of dead kings? Make ready, for we trek at once. The air here is full of fever."
"Certainly, boss,"
he said, springing off to obey. And I do not think I ever remember 2 wagons being got under way quicker than they were that morning. I merely mention this nonsense to show that the black kloof could affect other people's nerves as well as my own. In due course I reached Nodwengu without incident, having sent forward one of my hunters to report my approach to Panda. When my wagons arrived outside the great place, they were met by none other than my old friend Maputa, he who had brought me back the pills before our attack upon Bangu.
"Greeting, Macumazahn," he said. "I am sent by the king to say that you are welcome and to point you out a good place to outspan, also to give you permission to trade as much as you will in this town, since he knows that your dealings are always fair."
I returned my thanks in the usual fashion, adding that I had brought a little present for the king, which I would deliver when it pleased him to receive me. Then I invited Maputa, to whom I also offered some trifle which delighted him very much, to ride with me on the wagon box till we came to the selected outspan. This, by the way, proved to be a very good place indeed, a little valley full of grass for the cattle, for by the king's order it had not been grazed, with a stream of beautiful water running down it. Moreover, it overlooked a great open space immediately in front of the main gate of the town, so that I could see everything that went on and all who arrived or departed.
"You will be comfortable here, Macumazahn," said Maputa, "during your stay, which we hope will be long, since, although there will soon be mighty crowd at Nodwengu, the king has given orders that none except your own servants are to enter this valley."
"I thank the king, but why will there be a crowd, Maputa?"
"Oh," he answered with a shrug of his shoulders, "because of a new thing. All the tribes of the Zulus are come up to be reviewed. Some say that Cetewayo has brought this about, and some say that it is Umbalazi. But I am sure that it is the work of neither of these, but of Saduko, your old friend, though what his object is I cannot tell you. I only trust," he added uneasily, "that it will not end in bloodshed between the great brothers."
"So Saduko has grown tall, Maputa?"
"Tall as a tree, Macumazahn. His whisper in the king's ear is louder than the shouts of others. Moreover, he has become a self-eater."
That is a Zulu term which means one who is very haughty.
"You will have to wait on him, Macumazahn. He will not wait on you."
"Is it so?" I answered. "Well, tall trees are blown down sometimes." He nodded his wise old head.
"Yes, Macumazahn, I have seen plenty grow and fall in my time, for at last the swimmer goes with the stream. Anyhow, you will be able to do a good trade among so many, and whatever happens, none will harm you whom all love. And now, farewell. I bear your message to the king, who sends an ox for you to kill, lest you should grow hungry in his house."
That same evening I saw Saduko and the others, as I shall tell. I had been up to visit the king and gave him my present, a case of English table knives with bone handles, which pleased him greatly, although he did not in the least know how to use them. Indeed, without their accompanying forks, these are somewhat futile articles. I found the old fellow very tired and anxious, but as he was surrounded by Indunas, I had no private talk with him. Seeing that he was busy, I took my leave as soon as I could, and when I walked away, whom should I meet but Saduko? I saw him while he was a good way off, advancing towards the inner gate with a train of attendants like a royal personage, and knew very well that he saw me. Making up my mind what to do at once, I walked straight on to him, forcing him to give me the path, which he did not wish to do before so many people, and brushed past him as though he were a stranger. As I expected, this treatment had the desired effect, for after we had passed each other, he turned and said, "Do you not know me, Macumazan?"
"Who calls?"
I asked.
"Why, friend, your face is familiar to me. How are you named?"
"Have you forgotten Saduko?" he said in a pained voice. "No, of course not," I answered. "I know you now, although you seem somewhat changed since we went out hunting and fighting together. I suppose because you are fatter. I trust that you are well, Saduko. Goodbye, I must be going back to my wagons. If you wish to see me, you will find me there." These remarks, I may add, seemed to take Saduko very much aback. At any rate, he found no reply to them, even when old Maputa, with whom I was walking, and some others sniggered aloud. There is nothing that Zulus enjoy so much as seeing one whom they consider an upstart set in his place. Well, a couple of hours afterwards, just as the sun was sinking, who should walk up to my wagons but Saduko himself, accompanied by a woman whom I recognized at once as his wife, the Princess Nandi, who carried a fine baby boy in her arms. Rising, I saluted Nandi and offered her my camp stool, which she looked at suspiciously and declined, preferring to seat herself on the ground after the native fashion. So I took it back again, and after I had sat down on it, not before, stretched out my hand to Saduko, who by this time was quite humble and polite. Well, he talked away, and by degrees, without seeming too much interested in them, I was furnished with a list of all the advancements which had pleased Panda to heap upon Saduko during the past year. In their way they were remarkable enough, for it was much as though some penniless country gentleman in England had been promoted in that short space of time to be one of the premier peers of the kingdom and endowed with great offices and estates. When he had finished the count of them he paused, evidently waiting for me to congratulate him, but all I said was, "By the heavens above, I am sorry for you, Saduko. How many enemies you must have made! What a long way there will be for you to fall one night." A remark at which the quiet Nandi broke into a low laugh, and I think pleased her husband even less than my sarcasm. "Well," I went on, "I see that you have got a baby, which is much better than all these titles. May I look at it, Nkusazana?" Of course she was delighted, and we proceeded to inspect the baby, which evidently she loved more than anything on earth. Whilst we were examining the child and chatting about it, Saduko, sitting by meanwhile in the sulks, who on earth should appear but Mameena and her fat, sullen-looking husband, the chief Masapo. "Oh, Macuma-san," she said, appearing to notice no one else. "How pleased I am to see you after a whole long year." I stared at her, and my jaw dropped. Then I recovered myself, thinking she must have made a mistake and meant to say week. 12 moons, she went on, and Macuma-san, not one of them has gone by but I have thought of you several times and wondered if we should ever meet again. Where have you been all this while?" "In many places," I answered. amongst others at the Black Kloof, where I called upon the dwarf Zikali and lost my looking-glass." "The Nyanga Zikali! Oh, how often I have wished to see him, but of course I cannot, for I am told he will not receive any women." "I don't know, I am sure," I replied, "but you might try. Perhaps he would make an exception in your favor." "I think I will, Macumazahn," she murmured, whereon I collapsed into silence, feeling that things were getting beyond me. When I recovered myself a little, it was to hear Mameena greeting Saduko with much effusion and complimenting him on his rise in life, which she said she had always foreseen. This remark seemed to bowl out Saduko also, for he made no answer to it, although I noticed that he could not take his eyes off Mameena's beautiful face. Presently, however, he seemed to become aware of Masapo, and instantly his whole demeanor changed, for it grew proud and even terrible. Masapo tendered him some greeting, whereon Saduko turned upon him and said, "What, chief of the Amasomi, do you give the good day to an Umfokazana and a mangy hyena? Why do you do this? Is it because the low Umfokazama has been a noble and the mangy hyena is put on a tiger's coat?" And he glared at him like a veritable tiger. Masapo made no answer that I could catch. Muttering some inaudible words, he turned to depart, and in doing so, quite innocently I think, struck Nandi, knocking her over onto her back and causing the child to fall out of her arms in such fashion that its tender head struck against a pebble with sufficient force to cause it to bleed. Saduko leapt at him, smiting him across the shoulders with the little stick that he carried. For a moment Masapo paused, and I thought that he was going to show fight. If he had any such intention, however, he changed his mind, for without a word, or showing any resentment at the insult which he had received, he broke into a heavy run and vanished among the evening shadows. Mameena, who had observed all, broke into something else, namely, a laugh. "Pshaw! My husband is big, yet not brave," she said. "But I do not think he meant to hurt you, woman." "Do you speak to me, wife of Masapo?" asked Nandi with a gentle dignity as she gained her feet and picked up the stunned child. "If so, my name and titles are the Inkosazana Nandi, daughter of the Black One and wife of the Lord Saduko." "Your pardon," replied Mameena humbly, for she was cowed at once. "I did not know who you were, Inkosazana." "It is granted, wife of Masapo. Macumazahn, give me water, I pray you, that I may bathe the head of my child." The water was brought, and presently, when the little one seemed all right again, for it had only received a scratch, Nandi thanked me and departed to her own huts, saying with a smile to her husband as she passed that there was no need for him to accompany her, as she had servants waiting at the kraal gate. So Saduko stayed behind, and Mameena stayed also. He talked with me for quite a long while, for he had much to tell me, although all the time I felt his heart was not in his talk. His heart was with Mameena, who sat there and smiled continuously in her mysterious way, only putting in a word now and again as though to excuse her presence. At length she rose and said with a sigh that she must be going back to where the Amasomi were in camp, as Masapo would need her to see to his food. By now it was quite dark, although I remember that from time to time the sky was lit up by sheet lightning, for a storm was brewing. As I expected, Saduko rose also, saying that he would see me on the morrow, and went away with Mameena, walking like one who dreams. A few minutes later I had occasion to leave the wagons in order to inspect one of the oxen, which was tied up by itself at a distance, because it had shown signs of some sickness that might or might not be catching. Moving quietly, as I always do from a hunter's habit, I walked alone to the place where the beast was tethered behind some mimosa thorns. Just as I reached these thorns, the broad lightning shone out vividly, and showed me Saduko holding the unresisting shape of Mameena in his arms and kissing her passionately. Then I turned and went back to the wagons even more quietly than I had come. I should add that on the morrow I found out that, after all, there was nothing serious the matter with my ox. End of Chapter 9. Recording by Keith Salas. Chapter 10 of Child of Storm. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Child of Storm by H. Rider Haggard. Chapter 10. The Smelling Out. After these events, matters went on quietly for some time. I visited Saduko's huts, very fine huts, about the doors of which sat quite a number of his tribesmen, who seemed glad to see me again. Here I learned from the lady Nandi that her babe, whom she loved dearly, was none the worse for his little accident. Also I learned from Saduko himself, who came in before I left, attended like a prince by several notable men, that he had made up his quarrel with Masapo and indeed apologized to him, as he found that he had not really meant to insult the princess, his wife, having only thrust her over by accident. Saduko added indeed that now they were good friends, which was well for Masapo, a man whom the king had no cause to like. I said that I was glad to hear it, and went on to call upon Masapo, who received me with enthusiasm, as also did Mameena. Here I noted with pleasure that this pair seemed to be on much better terms than I understood had been the case in the past. For Mameena even addressed her husband on 2 separate occasions in very affectionate language, and fetched something that he wanted without waiting to be asked. Masapo, too, was in excellent spirits, because, as he told me, the old quarrel between him and Saduko was thoroughly made up, the reconciliation having been sealed by an interchange of gifts. He added that he was very glad that this was the case, since Saduko was now one of the most powerful men in the country, who could harm him much if he chose, especially as some secret enemy had put it about of late that he, Masapo, was an enemy of the king's house, and an evildoer who practiced witchcraft. In proof of his new friendship, however, Saduko had promised that these slanders would be looked into and the originator punished if he or she could be found. Well, I congratulated him and took my departure, thinking furiously, as the Frenchman says, that there was a tragedy pending, I was sure. This weather was too calm to last. The water ran so still because it was preparing to leap down some hidden precipice. Yet what could I do? Tell Masapo I had seen his wife being embraced by another man? Surely that was not my business. It was Masapo's business to attend to her conduct. Also, they would both deny it, and I had no witness. Tell him that Saduko's reconciliation with him was not sincere, and that he had better look to himself? How did I know it was not sincere? It might suit Saduko's book to make friends with Masapo, and if I interfered, I should only make enemies and be called a liar who was working for some secret end. Go to Panda and confide my suspicions to him? He was far too anxious and busy about great matters to listen to me, and if he did, would only laugh at this tale of a petty flirtation. No, there was nothing to be done except sit still and wait. Very possibly I was mistaken after all, and things would smooth themselves out, as they generally do. Meanwhile, the reviewing, or whatever it may have been, was in progress, and I was busy with my own affairs, making hay while the sun shone. So great were the crowds of people who came up to Nadwengu that in a week I had sold everything I had to sell in the 2 wagons that were mostly laden with cloth, beads, knives, and so forth. Moreover, the prices I got were splendid, since the buyers bid against each other, and before I was cleared out I had collected quite a herd of cattle, also a quantity of ivory. These I sent to Natal, with one of the wagons, remaining behind myself with the other, partly because Panda asked me to do so, for now and again he would seek my advice on sundry questions, and partly from curiosity. There was plenty to be curious about up at Nunwengu just then, since no one was sure that civil war would not break out between the princes Cetewayo and Umbalazi, whose factions were present in force. It was averted for the time, however, by Umbalazi keeping away from the great gathering under the pretext of being sick, and leaving Saduko and some others to watch his interests. Also, the rival regiments were not allowed to approach the town at the same time, so that public cloud passed over, to the enormous relief of everyone, especially of Panda the king. As to the private cloud whereof this history tells, it was otherwise. As the tribes came up to the great place, they were reviewed and sent away, since it was impossible to feed so vast a multitude as would have collected had they all remained. Thus the Amasomi, a small people who were amongst the first to arrive, soon left. Only for some reason which I never quite understood, Masapo, Mameena, and a few of Masapo's children and headmen were detained there, though perhaps if she had chosen, Mameena could have given an explanation. Well, things began to happen. Sundry personages were taken ill, and some of them died suddenly, and soon it was noted that all these people either lived near to where Masapo's family was lodged, or had at some time or other been on bad terms with him. Thus Saduko himself was taken ill, or said he was, at any rate. He vanished from public gaze for 3 days, and reappeared looking very sorry for himself, though I could not observe that he had lost strength or weight. These catastrophes I pass over, however, in order to come to the greatest of them, which is one of the turning points of this chronicle. After recovering from his alleged sickness, Saduko gave a kind of Thanksgiving feast, at which several oxen were killed. I was present at this feast, or rather at the last part of it, for I only put in what may be called a complimentary appearance, having no taste for such native gorgings. As it drew near its close, Saduko sent for Nandi, who at first refused to come, as there were no women present. I think because he wished to show his friends that he had a princess of the royal blood for his wife, who had borne him a son that one day would be great in the land. For Saduko, as I have said, had become a self-eater, and this day his pride was inflamed by the adulation of the company and by beer that he had drunk. At length Nandi did come, carrying her babe, from which she never would be parted. In her dignified, ladylike fashion, although it seems an odd term to apply to a savage, I know, none of that describes her better. She greeted first me, then sundry of the other guests, saying a few words to each of them. At length she came opposite to Masapo, who had died not wisely but too well, and to him, out of natural courtesy, spoke rather long, then to the others, inquiring after his wife, Mameena, and others. At the moment it occurred to me that she did this in order to assure him that she bore no malice because of the accident of a while before, and was a party to her husband's reconciliation with him. Masapo, in a hazy way, tried to reciprocate these kind intentions. Rising to his feet, his fat, coarse body swaying to and fro because of the beer he had drunk, he expressed satisfaction at the feast that had been prepared in her house. Then, his eyes falling on the child, he began to declaim about its size and beauty, until he was stopped by the murmured protests of others, since among natives it is held to be not fortunate to praise a young child. Indeed, the person who does so is apt to be called an takari, or bewitcher, who will bring evil upon its head, a word that I heard murmured by several near to me. Not satisfied with this serious breach of etiquette, the intoxicated Masapo snatched the infant from its mother's arms under the pretext of looking for the hurt that had been caused to its brow when it fell to the ground at my camp, and finding none, proceeded to kiss it with his thick lips. Nandi dragged it from him, saying, "Would you bring death upon my son, O chief of the Amasomi?" Then, turning, she walked away from the feasters, upon whom there fell a certain hush, fearing lest something unpleasant should ensue, for I saw Saduko biting his lips with rage not unmixed with fear, and remembering Masapo's reputation as a wizard, I took advantage of this pause to bid a general good night to the company and retire to my camp. What happened immediately after I left I do not know, but just before dawn on the following morning I was awakened from sleep in my wagon by my servant Scowl, who said that a messenger had come from the huts of Saduko, begging that I would proceed there at once and bring the white man's medicines, as his child was very ill. Of course, I got up and went, taking with me some ipecacuanha and a few other remedies that I thought might be suitable for infantile ailments. Outside the huts, which I reached just as the sun began to rise, I was met by Saduko himself, who was coming to seek me, as I saw at once, in a state of terrible grief. "What is the matter?" I asked.
"Oh, Macumazana," he answered, "that dog Masapo has bewitched my boy, and unless you can save him, he dies."
"Nonsense," I said. "Why do you utter wind? If the babe is sick, it is from some natural cause."
"Wait till you see it," he replied.
Well, I went into the big hut, and there found Nandi and some other women, also a native doctor or two. Nandi was seated on the floor looking like a stone image of grief, for she made no sound, only pointed with her finger to the infant that lay upon a mat in front of her. A single glance showed me it was dying of some disease of which I had no knowledge, for its dusky little body was covered with red blotches and its tiny face twisted all awry. I told the women to heat water, thinking that possibly this might be a case of convulsions, which a hot bath would mitigate. But before it was ready, the poor babe uttered a thin wail and died. Then, when she saw that her child was gone, Nandi spoke for the first time. "The wizard has done his work well," she said, and flung herself face downwards on the floor of the hut. As I did not know what to answer, I went out, followed by Saduko.
"What has killed my son, Macumazan?" he asked in a hollow voice, the tears running down his handsome face, for he had loved his firstborn.
"I cannot tell," I replied, "but had he been older I should have thought he had eaten something poisonous, which seems impossible."
"Yes, Macumazan, and the poison that he has eaten came from the breath of a wizard, whom you may chance to have seen kiss him last night. Well, his life shall be avenged."
"Saduko," I exclaimed, "do not be unjust. There are many sicknesses that may have killed your son, of which I have no knowledge, who am not a trained doctor."
"I will not be unjust, Macumazan. The babe has died by witchcraft, like others in this town of late, but the evildoer may not be he whom I suspect. That is for the smellers out to decide."
And without more words, he turned and left me. Next day Masapo was put upon his trial before the court of councillors, over which the king himself presided, a very unusual thing for him to do, and one which showed the great interest he took in the case. At this court I was summoned to give evidence, and of course confined myself to answering such questions as were put to me. Practically these were but two. What had passed at my wagons when Masapo had knocked over Nandi and her child, and Saduko had struck him, and what had I seen at Saduko's feast when Masapo had kissed the infant? I told them in as few words as I could, and after some slight cross-examination by Masapo, made with a view to prove that the upsetting of Nandi was an accident and that he was drunk at Saduko's feast, to both of which suggestions I assented, I rose to go. Panda, however, stopped me and bade me describe the aspect of the child when I was called in to give it medicine. I did so as accurately as possible, and could see that my account made a deep impression on the mind of the court. When Panda asked me if I had ever seen any similar case, to which I was obliged to reply, "No, I have not." After this the councillors consulted privately, and when we were called back the king gave his judgment, which was very brief. It was evident, he said, that there had been events which might have caused enmity to arise in the mind of Masapo against Saduko, by whom Masapo had been struck with a stick. Therefore, although a reconciliation had taken place, there seemed to be a possible motive for revenge. But if Masapo killed the child, there was no evidence to show he had done so. Moreover, that infant, his own grandson, had not died of any known disease. He had, however, died of a similar disease to that which had carried off certain others with whom Masapo had been mixed up, whereas more, including Saduko himself, had been sick and recovered, all of which seemed to make a strong case against Masapo. Still, he and his counselors wished not to condemn without full proof. That being so, they had determined to call in the services of some great witch-doctor, one who lived at a distance and knew nothing of the circumstances. Who that doctor should be was not yet settled. When it was, and he had arrived, the case would be reopened, and meanwhile Masapo would be kept a close prisoner. Finally, he prayed that while the white man Macumazahn would remain at his town until the matter was settled. So Masapo was led off, looking very dejected, and having saluted the king, we all went away. I should add that, except for the remission of the case to the court of the witch-doctor, which, of course, was an instance of pure Kafir superstition, this judgment of the king seemed to be well-reasoned and just, very different, indeed, from what would have been given by Dingaan or Chaka, who were wont, on less evidence, to make a clean sweep not only of the accused, but of all his family and dependents. About 8 days later, during which time I had heard nothing of the matter and had seen no one connected with it, for the whole thing seemed to have become Zila, that is, not to be talked about, I received a summons to attend the smelling out, and went, wondering what witch-doctor had been chosen for that bloody and barbarous ceremony. Indeed, I had not far to go, since the place selected for the occasion was outside the fence of the town of Nodwengu, on that great open stretch of ground which lay at the mouth of the valley where I was camped. Here, as I approached, I saw a vast multitude of people crowded together, 50 deep or more, round a little oval space not much larger than the pit of a theatre. On the inmost edge of this ring were seated many notable people, male and female, and as I was conducted to the side of it which was nearest to the gate of the town, I observed among them Saduko, Masapo, Mameena, and others, and mixed up with them a number of soldiers who were evidently on duty. Scarcely had I seated myself on a camp-stool, carried by my servant Scowl, when through the gate of the kraal issued Panda and the certain of his council, whose appearance the multitude greeted with the royal salute of Bayete, that came from them in a deep and simultaneous roar of sound. When its echoes died away, in the midst of a deep silence, Panda spoke, saying, "Bring forth the Nyanga, doctor. Let the Alado, that is, the witch trial, begin." There was a long pause, and then in the open gateway appeared a solitary figure that at first seemed to be scarcely human, the figure of a dwarf with a gigantic head, from which hung long white hair, plaited into locks. It was Zikali and no other. Quite unattended, and naked save for his muka, for he had on him none of the ordinary paraphernalia of the witch-doctor, he waddled forward with a curious toad-like gait till he had passed through the councillors and stood in the open space of the ring. Halting there, he looked about him slowly with his deep-set eyes, turning as he looked, till at length his glance fell upon the king. "What would you have of me, son of Senzangankonka?" he asked. "Many years have passed since last we met. Why do you drag me from my hut? I, who have visited the kraal of the king of the Zulus but twice since the Black One, Chaka, sat upon the throne. Once when the Boers were killed by him who went before you, and once when I was brought forth to see all who were left of my race, shoots of the royal Dwandwe stock, slain before my eyes. Do you bear me hither that I may follow them into the darkness, O child of Senzangankonga? If so, I am ready. Only then I have words to say that it may not please you to hear." His deep, rumbling voice echoed into silence, while the great audience waited for the king's answer. I could see that they were all afraid of this man. Yes, even Panda was afraid, for he shifted uneasily upon his stool, At length he spoke, saying, "Not so, O Zicali. Who would wish to do hurt to the wisest and most ancient man in all the land, to him who touches the far past with one hand and the present with the other, to him who was old before our grandfathers began to be? Nay, you are safe, you on whom not even the Black One dared to lay a finger, although you were his enemy and he hated you. As for the reason why you have been brought here, tell it to us, O Zicali. Who are we that we should instruct you in the ways of wisdom?" When the dwarf heard this, he broke into one of his great laughs. "So, at last the house of Sensangakona acknowledges that I have wisdom. Then before all is done they will think me wise indeed." He laughed again in his ill-omened fashion, and went on hurriedly, as though he feared that he should be called upon to explain his words. "Where is the fee? Where is the fee? Is the king so poor that he expects an old Wandwe doctor to divine for nothing, just as though he were working for a private friend?" Ponda made a motion with his hand, and 10 fine heifers were driven into the circle from some place where they had been kept in waiting. "Sorry beasts," said Zicali contemptuously, "compared to those we used to breed before the time of Senzangakona," a mark which caused a loud wow of astonishment to be uttered by the multitude that heard it. "Still, such as they are, let them be taken to my kraal with a bull, for I have none." The cattle were driven away, and the ancient dwarf squatted himself down and stared at the ground, looking like a great black toad. For a long while, quite 10 minutes, I should think, he stared thus, till I, for one, watching him intently, began to feel as though I were mesmerized. At length he looked up, tossing back his grey locks, and said, "I see many things in the dust. Oh, yes, it is alive. It is alive, and tells me many things. Show that you are alive, O dust. Look." As he spoke, throwing his hands upward, there arose at his very feet one of those tiny and incomprehensible whirlwinds with which all who know South Africa will be familiar. It drove the dust together and lifted it in a tall spiral column that rose and rose to a height of 50 feet or more. Then it died away as suddenly as it had come, so that the dust fell down again over Zicali, over the king, and over 3 of his sons who sat behind him. Those 3 sons, I remember, were named Shonqweni, Dablusenai, and Matantashia. As it chanced, by a strange coincidence, all of these were killed at the great battle of the Tugela, of which I have to tell. Now again an exclamation of fear and wonder arose from the audience, who set down this lifting of the dust at Zicali's very feet not to natural causes, but to the power of his magic. Moreover, those on whom it had fallen, including the king, rose hurriedly and shook and brushed it from their persons with a zeal that was not, I think, inspired by a mere desire for cleanliness. But Zicali only laughed again in his terrible fashion, and let it lie on his fresh-oiled body, which it turned to the dull, dead hue of a grey adder. He rose, and stepping here and there, examined the new-fallen dust. Then he put his hand into a pouch he wore, and produced from it a dried human finger, whereof the nail was so pink that it must have been coloured, a sight at which the circle shuddered. "Be clever," he said, "O finger of her I loved best. Be clever and write in the dust as yonder Macumazana can write, and as some of the Dwandwe used to write before we became slaves and bowed ourselves down before the great heavens." By this he meant the Zulus, whose name means the heavens. "Be clever, dear finger, which caressed me once, me, the thing that should not have been born, as more will think before I die, and write those matters as it pleases the house of Zenzangakona,
to know this day."
Then he bent down, and with the dead finger at 3 separate spots made certain markings in the fallen dust, which to me seemed to consist of circles and dots, and a strange and horrid sight it was to see him do it.
"I thank you, dear finger. Now, sleep, sleep. Your work is done."
And slowly he wrapped the relic up in some soft material and restored it to his pouch. Then he studied the first of the markings and asked,
"What am I here for? What am I here for? Does he who sits upon the throne desire to know how long he has to reign?"
Now those in the inner circle of spectators who at these smellings out act as a kind of chorus, looking at the king, and seeing that he shook his head vigorously, stretched out their right hands, holding the thumb downwards, and said simultaneously in a cold, low voice,
"Izwa."
That is, "We hear you." Zekali stamped upon his set of markings.
"It is well," he said. "He who sits upon the throne does not desire to know how long he has to reign, and therefore the dust has forgotten and shows it not to me."
Then he walked to the next markings and studied them.
"Does the child of Senzangagona desire to know which of his sons shall live and which shall die? Aye, and which of them shall sleep in his hut when he is gone?"
Now a great roar of "Izwa," accompanied by the clapping of hands, rose from all the outer multitude who heard, for there was no information that the Zulu people desired so earnestly as this at the time of which I write. But again Panda, who I saw was thoroughly alarmed at the turn things were taking, shook his head vigorously, whereon the obedient chorus negatived the question in the same fashion as before. Zekali stamped upon the second set of markings, saying, "The people desire to know, but the great ones are afraid to learn, and therefore the dust has forgotten who in the days to come shall sleep in the hut of the king, and who shall sleep in the bellies of the jackals and the crops of the vultures after they have gone beyond by the bridge of spears." Now at this awful speech, which, both because of all it implied and the bloodshed and civil war, and of the wild wailing voice in which it was spoken that seemed quite different from Zekali's, caused everyone who heard it, including myself, I'm afraid, to gasp and shiver. The king sprang from his stool as though to put a stop to such doctoring. Then, after his fashion, he changed his mind and sat down again, but Zekali, taking no heed, went to the third set of marks and studied them.
"It would seem," he said, "that I am awakened from sleep in my black house yonder to tell of a very little matter that might well have been dealt with by any common Nyanga born but yesterday. Well, I have taken my fee, and I will earn it, although I thought that I was brought here to speak of great matters, such as the death of princes and the fortunes of peoples. It is desired that my spirit should speak of wizardries in this town of Nodwengu."
"Izwa," said the chorus in a loud voice. Zekali nodded his great head and seemed to talk with the dust, waiting now and again for an answer.
"Good," he said. "There are many, and the dust has told them all to me. Oh, they are very many." And he glared around him. "So many that if I spoke them all the hyenas of the hills would be full tonight."
Here the audience began to show signs of great apprehension. But looking down at the dust and turning his head sideways,
"What do you say? What do you say? Speak more plainly, little voices, for you know I grow deaf." "Oh, now I understand. The matter is even smaller than I thought. Just of one wizard.
Iswa.
Just of a few deaths and some sicknesses.
Iswa.
Just of one death, one principal death.
Iswa.
Ah, so we have it. One death. Now, was it a man?
Iswa.
A woman?
Iswa.
Then a child. It must be a child, unless indeed it is the death of a spirit. But what do you people know of spirits? A child. A child. Ah, you hear me? A child. A male child, I think. Do you not say so, O Dust?
Iswa.
A common child. A bastard. The son of nobody.
Iswa.
A well-born child. One who would have been great. Oh, Dust, I hear, a royal child, a child in whom ran the blood of the father of the Zulus, he who was my friend, the blood of Senzangakona, the blood of the Black One, the blood of Panda. He stopped while both from the chorus and from the thousands of the circle gathered around went up the roar of Iswa, emphasized by a mighty movement of outstretched arms and down-pointing thumbs. Then silence, during which Tikali stamped upon the remaining markings, saying, I thank you, O Dust, though I am very sorry to have troubled you for so small a matter. So, he went on presently, a royal boy-child is dead, and you think by witchcraft. Let us find out if he died by witchcraft, or, as others die, by command of the heavens that need them. What? Here is one mark which I have left. Look, it grows red. It is full of spots. The child died with a twisted face.
Iswa. Iswa. Iswa.
This death was not natural. Now, was it witchcraft? Or was it poison? Both, I think, both. And whose was the child? Not that of a son of the king, I think. Oh, yes, you hear me, people, you hear me. But be silent. I do not need your help. No, not of a son, of a daughter, then. He turned and looked about him till his eye fell on a group of women, amongst whom sat Nandi, dressed like a common person. Of a daughter, a daughter. He walked to the group of women. Why, none of these are royal. They are the children of low people, and yet I seem to smell the blood of Senzankagona. He sniffed at the air as a dog does, and as he sniffed drew ever nearer to Nandi, till at last he laughed and pointed to her. Your child, princess, whose name I do not know, your firstborn child whom you loved more than your own heart. She rose. Yes, Nyanga, she cried. I am the Princess Nandi, and he was my child whom I love more than my own heart. Ha ha, said Zikali. Dust, you did not lie to me. My spirit, you did not lie to me. But now tell me, Dust, and tell me, my spirit, who killed this child? He began to waddle around the circle, an extraordinary sight, covered as he was with gray grime, varied with streaks of black skin where perspiration had washed the dust away. Presently he came opposite to me, and to my dismay paused, sniffing at me as he had at Nandi. Oh, Macumazana, he said. You have something to do with this matter," a saying at which all the audience pricked their ears. Then I rose up in wrath and fear, knowing my position to be one of some danger. "Wizard, or smeller out of wizards, whichever you name yourself," I called in a loud voice, "if you mean that I killed Nandi's child, you lie." "No, no, Macumazahn," he answered, "but you tried to save it, and therefore you had something to do with the matter, had you not? Moreover, I think that you, who are wise like me, know who did kill it. Won't you tell me, Macumazahn? No? Then I must find out for myself. Be at peace. Does not all the land know that your hands are as white as your heart?" Then, to my great relief, he passed on, amidst a murmur of approbation, for, as I have said, the Zulus liked me. Round and round he wandered, to my surprise, passing both Mameena and Masapo, without taking any particular note of them, although he scanned them both, and I thought that I saw a swift glance of recognition pass between him and Mameena. It was curious to watch his progress, for as he went those in front of him swayed in their terror like corn before a puff of wind, and when he passed they straightened themselves as the corn does when the wind has gone by. At length he had finished his journey and returned to his starting point, to all appearance completely puzzled. "You keep so many wizards at your kraal, king," he added, addressing Panda, "that it is hard to say which of them wrought this deed. It would have been easier to tell you of greater matters, yet I have taken your fee, and I must earn it. I must earn it. Dust, you are dumb. Now, my Idlozi, my spirit, do you speak?" And holding his head sideways, he turned his left ear upwards towards the sky, and then said presently, in a curious matter-of-fact voice, "Ah, thank you, spirit. Well, king, your grandchild was killed by the house of Masapo, your enemy, chief of the Amasomi." Now a roar of approbation went up from the audience, among whom Masapo's guilt was foregone conclusion. When this had died down, Panda spoke, saying, "The house of Masapo is a large house. I believe that he has several wives and many children. It is not enough to smell out the house, since I am not as those who went before me were, nor will I slay the innocent with the guilty. Tell us, O opener of roads, who among the house of Masapo has wrought this deed?" "That's just the question," grumbled Zekali in a deep voice. "All that I know is that it was done by poisoning, and I smell the poison. It is here." Then he walked to where Mameena sat and cried out, "Seize that woman and search her hair." Executioners who were in waiting sprang forward, but Mameena waved them away. "Friends," she said with a little laugh, "there is no need to touch me," and rising she stepped forward to the center of the ring. Here, with a few swift motions of her hands, she flung off first the cloak she wore, then the muka about her middle, and lastly the fillet that bound her long hair, and stood before that audience in all her naked beauty, a wondrous and lovely sight. "Now," she said, "let women come and search me and my garments, and see if there is any poison hid there." Two old crones stepped forward, though I do not know who sent them, and carried out a very thorough examination, finally reporting that they had found nothing. Thereon Mameena, with a shrug of her shoulders, resumed such clothes as she wore, and returned to her place. Zekali appeared to grow angry. He stamped upon the ground with his big feet. He shook his braided grey locks and cried out, "Is my wisdom to be defeated in such a little matter? Shh! One of you tie a bandage over my eyes."
Now a man, it was Maputa, the messenger, came out and did so, and I noted that he tied it well and tight. Sakali whirled around upon his heels, first one way, then another, and crying aloud, "Guide me, O my spirit!" marched forward in a zigzag fashion, as a blindfolded man does, with his arms stretched out in front of him. First he went to the right, then to the left, and then straight forward, till at length, to my astonishment, he came exactly opposite the spot where Masapo sat, and, stretching out his great groping hands, seized the kaross with which he was covered, and, with a jerk, tore it from him. "Search this!" he cried, throwing it on the ground, and a woman searched. Presently she uttered an exclamation, and from among the fur one of the tails of the kaross produced a tiny bag that appeared to be made out of the bladder of a fish. This she handed to Sakali, whose eyes had now been unbandaged. He looked at it, then gave it to Maputa, saying, "There is the poison, there is the poison, but who gave it I do not say. I am weary, let me go." Then, none hindering him, he walked away through the gate of the kraal. Soldiers seized upon Masapo, while the multitude roared, "Kill the wizard!" Masapo sprang up, and running to where the king sat, flung himself upon his knees, protesting his innocence and praying for mercy. I also, who had doubts as to all this business, ventured to rise and speak. "O king," I said, "as one who has known this man in the past, I plead with you. How that powder came into his kaross I know not, but perchance it is not poison, only harmless dust." "Yes, it is but wood dust, which I use for the cleaning of my nails," cried Masapo, for he was so terrified that I think he knew not what he said. "So you own to knowledge of the medicine?" exclaimed Panda. "Therefore none hid it in your kaross through malice?" Masapo began to explain, but what he said was lost in the mighty roar of "Kill the wizard." Panda held up his hand, and there was silence. "Bring milk in a dish," commanded the king, and it was brought, and, at a further word from him, dusted with the powder. "Now, O Macumazana," said Panda to me, "if you still think that yonder man is innocent, will you drink this milk?" "I do not like milk, O king," I answered, shaking my head, whereon all who heard me laughed. "Will Mameena, his wife, drink it then?" asked Panda. She also shook her head, saying, "O king, I drink no milk that is mixed with dust." Just then a lean white dog, one of those homeless, mangy beasts that stray about the kraals and live upon carrion, wandered into the ring. Panda made a sign, and the servant, going to where the poor beast stood staring about it hungrily, set down the wooden dish of milk in front of it. Instantly the dog lapped it up, for it was starving, and as it finished the last drop, the man slipped a leathern thong about its neck and held it fast. Now all eyes were fixed upon the dog, mine among them. Presently the beast uttered a long and melancholy howl which thrilled me through, for I knew it to be Masapo's death warrant, then began to scratch the ground and foam at the mouth. Guessing what would follow, I rose, bowed to the king, and walked away to my camp, which, it will be remembered, was set up in a little kloof commanding this place, at a distance only of a few 100 yards. So intent was all the multitude upon watching the dog that I doubt whether anyone saw me go. As for that poor beast, Scowl, who stayed behind, told me that it did not die for about 10 minutes, since before its end a red rash appeared upon it similar to that which I had seen upon Saduko's child, and it was seized with convulsions. Well, I reached my tent unmolested, and, having lit my pipe, engaged myself in making business entries in my notebook, in order to divert my mind as much as I could, when suddenly I heard the most devilish clamour. Looking up, I saw Masapo running towards me with a speed that I should have thought impossible in so fat a man. while after him raced the fierce-faced executioners, and behind came the mob. "Kill the evildoer!" they shouted. Masapo reached me. He flung himself on his knees before me, gasping, "Save me, Macumazan! I am innocent! Mameena, a witch! Mameena!" He got no farther, for the slayers had leapt on him like hounds upon a buck and dragged him from me. Then I turned and covered my eyes. The next morning I left Nodwengu without saying goodbye to anyone, for what had happened there made me desire a change. My servant Scowl and one of my hunters remained, however, to collect some cattle that were still due to me. A month or more later, when they joined me in Natal bringing the cattle, they told me that Mameena, the widow of Masapo, had entered the house of Saduko as his second wife. In answer to a question which I put to them, they added that it was said that the Princess Nandi did not approve of this choice of Saduko, which she thought would not be fortunate for him or bring him happiness. As her husband seemed to be much enamored of Mameena, however, she had waived her objections, and when Panda asked if she gave her consent, had told him that, although she would prefer that Saduko would choose some other woman who had not been mixed up with the wizard who killed her child, she was prepared to take Mameena as her sister, and would know how to keep her in her place. End of Chapter 10. Recording by Keith Salas. Chapter 11 of Child of Storm. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Child of Storm by H. Rider Haggard. Chapter 11. The Sin of Umbalazi. About 18 months had gone by, and once again in the autumn of the year 1856 I found myself at old Umbalazi's kraal, where there seemed to be an extraordinary market for any kind of gas pipe that could be called a gun. Well, as a trader who could not afford to neglect profitable markets, which are hard things to find, there I was. Now, in 18 months, many things become a little obscured in one's memory, especially if they have to do with savages in whom, after all, one takes only a philosophical and a business interest. Therefore, I may perhaps be excused if I had more or less forgotten a good many of the details of what I may call the Mameena affair. These, however, came back to me very vividly when the first person that I met, at some distance from the kraal where I suppose she had been taking a country walk, was the beautiful Mameena herself. There she was, looking quite unchanged and as lovely as ever, sitting under the shade of a wild fig tree and fanning herself with a handful of its leaves. Of course I jumped off my wagon box and greeted her. "Siakobona," that is, good morrow, "Macumazan," she said. "My heart is glad to see you." "Siakobona, Mameena," I answered, leaving out all reference to my heart. Then I added, looking at her, "Is it true that you have a new husband?" "Yes, Macumazan, an old lover of mine has become a new husband. You know whom I mean, Saduko. After the death of that evildoer Masapo, he grew very urgent, and the king, also the Inkuzana Nandi, pressed it on me. And so I yielded. Also, to be honest, Saduko was a good match, or seemed to be so." By now we were walking side by side, for the train of wagons had gone ahead to the old outspan. So I stopped and looked her in the face. "Seemed to be?" I repeated. "What do you mean by seemed to be? Are you not happy this time?" "Not altogether, Macumazan," she answered with a shrug of her shoulders. "Saduko is very fond of me, fonder than I like indeed, since it causes him to neglect Nandi, who, by the way, has another son, and, although she says little, that makes Nandi cross. In short," she added with a burst of her truth, "I am the plaything, Nandi is the great lady, and that play suits me ill." If you love Saduko, you should not mind, Mameena. Love, she said bitterly. Pfft, what is love? But I have asked you that question once before. Why are you here, Mameena? I inquired, leaving it unanswered. Because Saduko is here, and of course Nandi, for she never leaves him, and he will not leave me because the Prince Umbalazi is coming, because there are plots afoot, and the great war draws near, that war in which so many must die. Between Cetewayo and Umbalazi, Mameena? Aye, between Cetewayo and Umbalazi. Why do you suppose those wagons of yours are loaded with guns for which so many cattle must be paid? Not to shoot game with, I think. Well, this little kraal of my father's is just now the headquarters of the Umbalazi faction, the Izikosa, as the princedom of Gikazi is that of Cetewayo. My poor father, she added with her characteristic shrug, he thinks himself very great today, as he did after he had shot the elephant, before I nursed you, Macumazahn. But often I wonder what will be the end of it, for him and for all of us, Macumazahn, including yourself. I answered. What have I to do with your Zulu quarrels? That you will know when you have done with them, Macumazahn. But here is the kraal, and before we enter it I wish to thank you for trying to protect that unlucky husband of mine, Masapo. I only did so, Mameena, because I thought him innocent. I know, Macumazahn, and so did I, although, as I always told you, I hated him, the man with whom my father forced me to marry. But I am afraid, from what I have learned since, that he was not altogether innocent. You see, Saduko had struck him, which he could not forget. Also, he was jealous of Saduko, who had been my suitor and wished to injure him. But what I do not understand, she added with a burst of confidence, is why he did not kill Saduko instead of his child. Well, Mameena, you may remember it was said he tried to do so. Yes, Macumazahn, I had forgotten that. I suppose that he did try, and failed. Oh, now I see things with both eyes. Look, yonder is my father. I will go away, but come and talk to me sometimes, Macumazahn, for otherwise Nandi will be careful that I should hear nothing. I, who am the plaything, the beautiful woman of the house, who must sit and smile, but must not think. So she departed, and I went on to meet old Umbezi, who came gambolling towards me like an obese goat, reflecting that, whatever might be the truth or otherwise of her story, her advancement in the world did not seem to have brought Mameena greater happiness and contentment. Umbezi, who greeted me warmly, was in high spirits and full of importance. He informed me that the marriage of Mameena to Saduko, after the death of the wizard her husband, whose tribe and cattle had been given to Saduko in compensation for the loss of his son, was a most fortunate thing for him. I asked why. Because as Saduko grows great, so I, his father-in-law, grow great with him, Macumazahn, especially as he has been liberal to me in the matter of cattle, passing on to me a share of the herds of Masapo, so that I, who have been poor so long, am getting rich at last. Moreover, my kraal is to be honored with a visit from Umbalazi and some of his brothers tomorrow, and Saduko has promised to lift me up high when the prince is declared heir to the throne. Which prince? I asked. Umbalazi, Macumazahn. Who else? Umbalazi, who without doubt will conquer Cetewayo. Why without doubt, Umbezi? Cetewayo has a great following, and if he should conquer, I think that you will only be lifted up in the crops of the vultures. At this rough suggestion, Umbezi's fat face fell. Oh, Macumazahn, he said, if I thought that, I would go over to Cetewayo,
although Saduko is my son-in-law. But it is not possible, since the king loves Umbalazi's mother most of all his wives, and, as I chance to know, has sworn to her that he favours Umbalazi's cause, since he is the dearest to him and all of his sons, and will do everything that he can to help him, even to the sending of his own regiment to the assistance, if there should be need. Also, it is said that Zikali, opener of roads, who has all wisdom, has prophesied that Umbalazi will win more than he ever hoped for.
The king, I said, a straw blown hither and thither between two great winds, waiting to be wafted to the rest by that which is strongest. The prophecy of Zukali. It seems to me that it can be read two ways, if, indeed, he ever made one. Well, Umbezi, I hope that you are right, for although this is no affair of mine, who am but a white trader in your country, I like Umbalazi better than Cetewayo, and think that he has a kinder heart. Also, as you have chosen his side, I advise you to stick to it, since traitors to a cause seldom come to any good, whether it wins or loses. And now, will you take count of the guns and powder which I have brought with me? Better it would have been for Umbalazi if he had listened to my advice and remained faithful to the leader he had chosen. For then, even if he had lost his life, at least he would have kept his good name. But of him presently, as they say in pedigrees. Next day I went to pay my respects to Nandi, whom I found engaged in nursing her new baby, as quiet and stately in her demeanour as ever. Still, I think that she was very glad to see me, because I had tried to save the life of her first child, whom she could not forget, if for no other reason. Whilst I was talking to her of that sad matter, also the political state of the country, as to which I think she wished to say something to me, Mameena entered the hut without waiting to be asked, and sat down, whereon Nandi became suddenly silent. This, however, did not trouble Mameena, who talked away about anything and everything, completely ignoring the head wife. For a while Nandi bore it with patience, but at length she took advantage of a pause in the conversation to say in her firm, low voice, "This is my hut, daughter of Umbezi, a thing which you remember well enough when it is a question whether Saduko, our husband, shall visit you or me. Can you not remember it now when I would speak with the white chief, watcher by night, who has been so good as to take the trouble to come and see me?" On hearing these words, Mameena leapt up in a rage, and I must say I never saw her look more lovely. "You insult me, daughter of Panda, as you always try to do, because you are jealous of me." "Your pardon, sister," replied Nandi. "Why should I, who am Saduko's Inkosikazi, and, as you say, daughter of Panda the king, be jealous of the widow of the wizard Masapo, and the daughter of the headman Umbezi, whom it has pleased our husband to take into his house and be the companion of his leisure? Why? Because you know that Saduko loves my little finger more than he does your whole body, although you are of the king's blood and may have borne him brats," she answered, looking at the infant with no kindly eye. "It may be so, daughter of Umbezi, for men have their fancies, and without doubt you are fair. Yet I would ask you one thing. If Saduko loves you so much, how come it is that he trusts you so little that you must learn any matter of weight by listening at my door, as I found you doing the other day? Because you teach him not to do so, O Nandi. Because you are ever telling him not to consult with me, since she who has betrayed one husband must betray another. Because you make him believe my place
is that of his toy, not that of his companion, and thus I am cleverer than you and all your house tied into one bundle, as you may find out some day." "Yes," answered Nandi, quite undisturbed, "I do teach him these things, and I am glad that in this manner Saduko is a thinking head and listens to me. Also, I agree that it is likely I shall learn many more ill things through and of you one day, daughter of Umbezi. And now, as it is not good that we should wrangle before this white lord again, I say to you that this is my hut, in which I wish to speak alone with my guest." I go, gasped Mameena, "but I tell you that Saduko shall hear of this." "Certainly he will hear of it, for I shall tell him when he comes tonight." Another instant and Mameena was gone, having shot out of the hut like a rabbit from its burrow. "I ask your pardon, Macumazahn, for what has happened," said Nandi, "but it had become necessary that I should teach my sister Mameena upon which stool she ought to sit. I do not trust her, Macumazahn. I think that she knows more of the truth of any child than she chooses to say. She who wished to be rid of Masapo for a reason you can guess, I think also she will bring shame and trouble upon Saduko, whom she has bewitched with her beauty, as she bewitches all men, perhaps even yourself a little, Macumazahn. And now let us talk of other matters." To this proposition I agreed cordially, since, to tell the truth, if I could have managed to do so with any decent grace, I should have been out of that hut long before Mameena. So we fell to conversing on the condition of Zululand and the dangers that lay ahead for all who were connected with the royal house, a state of affairs which troubled Nandi much, for she was a clear-headed woman and one who feared the future. "Ah, Macumazahn," she said to me as we parted, "I would that I were the wife of some man who did not desire to grow great, and that no royal blood ran in my veins." On the next day the Prince Umbelazi arrived, and with him Saduko and a few other notable men. They came quite quietly and without any ostensible escort, although Scowl, my servant, told me he heard that the bush at a little distance was swarming with soldiers of the Izikosa party. If I remember rightly, the excuse for the visit was that Umbezi had some of a certain rare breed of white cattle whereof the prince wished to secure young bulls and heifers to improve his herd. Once inside the kraal, however, Umbelazi, who was a very open-natured man, threw off all pretense, and, after greeting me heartily enough, told me with plainness that he was there because this was a convenient spot on which to arrange the consolidation of his party. Almost every hour during the next 2 weeks messengers, many of whom were chiefs disguised, came and went. I should have liked to follow their example, that is, so far as their departure was concerned, for I felt that I was being drawn into a very dangerous vortex, but, as a matter of fact, I could not escape, since I was obliged to wait to receive payment for my stuff, which, as usual, was made in cattle. Umbelazi talked with me a good deal that time, impressing upon me how friendly he was towards the English white men of Natal, as distinguished from the Boers, and what good treatment he was prepared to promise to them should he ever attain to authority in Zululand. It was during one of the earliest of these conversations, which, of course, I saw an ultimate object, that he met Mameena, I think, for the first time. We were walking together in a little natural glade of the bush and bordered one side of the kraal, when at the end of it, looking like some wood nymph of
classic fable in the light of the setting sun, appeared the lovely Mameena, clothed only in her girdle of fur, her necklace of blue beads, and some copper ornaments, and carrying upon her head a gourd. Umbelazi noted her at once, and ceasing his political talk, of which he was obviously tired, asked me who that beautiful Intumbi, that is, girl, might be. "She's not an Intumbi, Prince," I answered. "She is a widow who is again a wife, the second wife of your friend and counselor, Saduko, and the daughter of your host, Umbezi." "Is it so, Macumazahn? Oh, then I have heard of her, though, as it chances, I have never met her before. No wonder that my sister Nandi is jealous, for she is beautiful indeed." "Yes," I answered, "she looks pretty against the red sky, does she not?" By now we were drawing near to Mameena, and I greeted her, asking if she wanted anything. "Nothing, Macumazahn," she answered in her delicate, modest way, for never did I know anyone who could seem quite so modest as Mameena. And with a swift glance of her shy eyes at the tall and splendid Umbelazi, "Nothing, only," she added, "I was passing with the milk of one of the few cows my father gave me, and saw you, and I thought that perhaps, as the day has been so hot, you might like a drink of it." Then, lifting the gourd from her head, she held it out to me. I thanked her, drank some, who could do less, and returned it to her, whereon she made as though she would hasten to depart. "May I not drink also, daughter of Umbezi?" asked Umbelazi, who could scarcely take his eyes off her. "Certainly, sir, if you are a friend of Macumazahn," she replied, handing him the gourd. "I am that, lady, and more than that, since I am a friend of your husband Saduko also, as you will know when I tell you that my name is Umbelazi." "I thought it must be so," she replied, "because of your stature. Let the prince accept the offering of his servant, who one day hopes to be his subject." And dropping upon her knee, she held out the gourd to him. Over it I saw their eyes meet. He drank, and as he handed back the vessel, she said, "O Prince, may I be granted a word with you? I have that to tell you which you would perhaps do well to hear, since news sometimes reaches the ears of humble women that escapes those of the men, our masters." He bowed his head in an instant, whereon, taking a hint which Mameena gave me with her eyes, I muttered something about business and made myself scarce. I may add that Mameena must have had a great deal to tell Umbelazi. Fully an hour and a half had gone by before, by the light of the moon from a point of vantage on my wagon box, whence, according to my custom, I was keeping a lookout of things in general, I saw her slip back to the kraal, silently as a snake, followed at a little distance by the towering form of Umbelazi. Apparently Mameena continued to be the recipient of information which she found it necessary to communicate in private to the prince. At any rate, on sundry subsequent evenings the dullness of my vigil on the wagon box was relieved by the sight of her graceful figure gliding home from the kloof that Umbelazi seemed to find a very suitable spot for reflection after sunset. On one of the last of these occasions I remember that Nandi chanced to be with me, having come to my wagon for some medicine for her baby. "What does it mean, Macumazahn?" she asked, when the pair had gone by, as they thought, unobserved, since they were standing where they could not see us. "I don't know, and I don't want to know," I answered sharply. "Neither do I, Macumazahn, but without doubt we shall learn in time. If the crocodile is patient and silent, the buck always drops into its jaws at last." On the day after Nandi made this wise remark, Saduko started on a mission, as I understood, to win over several doubtful chiefs to the cause of Induluvo Encelante, the elephant with the tuft of hair, as the Prince Umbalazi was called among the Zulus, though not to his face. This mission lasted 10 days, and before it was concluded an important event happened at Umbezi's kraal. One evening Mameena came to me in a great rage and said that she could bear her present life no longer. Presuming on her rank and position as head wife, Nandi treated her like a servant, nay, like a little dog, to be beaten with a stick. She wished that Nandi would die. "It would be very unlucky for you if she does," I answered, "for then perhaps Sekali will be summoned to look into the matter, as he was before." "What was she to do?" she went on, ignoring my remark. "Eat the porridge that you have made in your own pot, or break the pot, i.e. go away," I suggested. "There was no need for you to marry Saduko any more than there was for you to marry Masapo." "How can you talk to me like that, Macumazahn?" she answered, stamping her foot, "when you know well it is your fault I married anyone. Pfft! I hate them all, and since my father would only beat me if I took my troubles to him, I will run off and live in the wilderness alone and become a witch-doctoress." "I'm afraid you will find it very dull, Mameena," I began in a bantering tone, for, to tell the truth, I did not think it wise to show her too much sympathy while she was so excited. Mameena never waited for the end of the sentence, but, sobbing out that I was false and cruel, she turned and departed swiftly. Oh, little did I foresee how and where we should meet again. Next morning I was awakened shortly after sunrise by Scowl, whom I had sent out with the other man the night before to look for a lost ox. "Well, have you found the ox?" I asked.
"Yes, Baas, but I did not waken you to tell you that. I have a message for you, Baas, from Mameena, wife of Saduko, whom I met about 4 hours ago upon the plain yonder."
I bade him set it out.
"These were the words of Mameena, Baas. Say to Macumazahn, your master, that Indluvu Eni Siluante, taking pity on my wrongs and loving me with his heart, has offered to take me into his house, and that I have accepted his offer, since I think it better to become Inkosazana of the Zulus, as I shall one day, than to remain a servant in the house of Nandi. Say to Macumazahn that when Saduko returns he is to tell him that this is all his fault, since if he had kept Nandi in her place I would have died rather than leave him. Let him say to Saduko also that, although from henceforth we can be no more than friends, my heart is still tender towards him, and that by day and by night I will strive to water his greatness, so that it may grow into a tree that shall shade the land. Let Macumazahn bid him not be angry with me, since what I do for his good, as he would have found no happiness while Nandi and I dwelt in one house. Above all, let him not be angry with the prince, who loves him more than any man, and does but travel whither the wind that I breathe blows him. Bid Macumazahn think of me kindly, as I shall of him while my eyes are open." I listened to this amazing message in silence, and then asked if Mameena was alone. "No, Baas. Umbalazi and some soldiers were with her, but they did not hear her words, for she stepped aside to speak to me. Then she returned to them, and they walked away swiftly, and were swallowed up in the night." "Very good, Sekali," I said. "Make me some coffee, and make it strong." I dressed and drank several cups of the coffee, all the while thinking with my head, as the Zulus say. When I walked up to the kraal to see Umbezi, whom I found just coming out of his hut, yawning. "Why do you look so black upon this beautiful morning, Macumazahn?" asked the genial old scamp. "Have you lost your best cow, or what?"
No, my friend, I answered, but you and another have lost your best cow. And word for word I repeated to him Mameena's message. When I had finished, really I thought that Umbezi was about to faint.
"Curses be on the head of this Mameena," he exclaimed. "Surely some evil spirit must have been her father, not I, and well was she called Child of Storm."
Footnote: that, if I have not said so already, was the meaning which the Zulus gave the word Mameena, although, as I know the language, I cannot give any such interpretation out of the name. I believe that it was given to her, however, because she was born just before a terrible tempest, when the wind was wailing around the hut made a sound like the word Mameena. A.Q. End footnote.
"What shall I do now, Macumazahn? Thanks be to my spirit," he added with an air of relief. "She is too far gone for me to try to catch her. Also, if I did, Umbelazi and his soldiers would kill me."
"And what will Saduko do if you don't?" I asked.
"Oh, of course he will be angry, for no doubt he is fond of her. But, after all, I am used to that. You remember how he went mad when she married Masapo? At least, he cannot say that I made her run away with Umbelazi. After all, it is a matter which they must settle between them."
"I think it may mean great trouble," I said, "at a time when trouble is not needed."
"Why so, Macumazahn? My daughter did not get on with the Princess Nandi. We could all see that, for they would scarcely speak to each other. And if Saduko is fond of her, well, after all, there are other beautiful women in Zululand. I know one or two of them myself whom I will mention to Saduko, or rather to Nandi. Really, as things were, I'm not sure but that he is well rid of her."
"But what do you think of the matter as her father?" I asked, for I wanted to see to what length his accommodating morality would stretch.
"As her father? Well, of course, Macumazahn, as her father I am sorry, because it will mean talk, will it not, as the Masapo business did? Still, there is this to be said for Mameena," he added with a brightening face. "She always runs away up the tree, not down. When she got rid of Masapo, when Masapo was killed for his witchcraft, she married Saduko, who was a bigger man. Saduko, whom she would not marry when Masapo was the bigger man, and now, when she has got rid of Saduko, she enters the hut of Umbelazi, who will one day be king of the Zulus, the biggest man in the world, which means that she will be the biggest woman. For remember, Macumazahn, she will walk around and round that great Umbelazi till whatever way he looks he will see her and no one else. Oh, she will grow great, and carry up her poor old father in the blanket on her back. Oh, the sun still shines behind the cloud, Macumazahn. So let us make the best of the cloud, since we know that it will break out presently."
"Yes, Umbezi, but other things beside the sun break out from clouds sometimes. Lightning, for instance. Lightning which kills."
"You speak ill-omened words, Macumazahn, words that take away my appetite, which is generally excellent at this hour. Well, if Mameena is bad, it is not my fault, for I brought her up to be good. After all," he added with an outburst of petulance, "why do you scold me when it is your fault? If you had run away with a girl when you might have done so, there would have been none of this trouble."
"Perhaps not," I answered. "Only then I am sure I should have been dead today, as I think that all who have to do with her will be ere long. And now, Umbezi, I wish you a good breakfast." On the following morning Saduko returned and was told the news by Nandi, whom I had carefully avoided. On this occasion, however, I was forced to be present as the person to whom the sinful Mameena had sent her farewell message. It It was a very painful experience, of which I do not remember all the details. For a while after he learned the truth, Sudoku sat still as a stone, staring in front of him, with a face that seemed to have become suddenly old. Then he turned upon Umbezi, and in a few terrible words accused him of having arranged the matter in order to advance his own fortunes at the price of his daughter's dishonour. Next, without listening to his ex-father-in-law's voluble explanations, he rose and said that he was going away to kill Umbalazi, the evil-doer who had robbed him of the wife he loved, with the connivance of all three of us, and by a sweep of his hand he indicated Umbezi, the Princess Nandi, and myself. This was more than I could stand, so I too rose and asked him what he meant, adding in the irritation of the moment that if I had wished to rob him of his beautiful Mameena, I thought I could have done so long ago, a remark which staggered him a little. Then Nandi rose also, and spoke in her quiet voice. "Sudoku, my husband," she said, "I, a princess of the Zulu house, married you who are not of royal blood, because I loved you, and although Panda the king and Umbalazi the prince wished it, for no other reason whatsoever. Well, I have been faithful to you through some trials, even when you set the widow of a wizard, if indeed, as I have reason to suspect, she was not herself the wizard, before me, and although that wizard had killed our son, lived in her hut rather than in mine. Now this woman of whom you thought so much has deserted you for your friend and my brother, the Prince Umbalazi, who is called the Handsome, and who, if the fortune of war goes with him, as it may or may not, will succeed to Panda, my father. This she has done because she alleges that I, your Inkosikasi, and the king's daughter, treated her as a servant, which is a lie. I kept her in her place, no more, who, if she could have had her will, would have ousted me from mine, perhaps by death, for the wives of wizards learn their arts. On this pretext she has left you, but that is not her real reason. She has left you because the prince, my brother, whom she has befooled with her tricks and beauty, as she has befooled others, or tried to, and she glanced at me, is a bigger man than you are. You, Sudoku, may become great, as my heart prays that you will, but my brother may become a king. She does not love him any more than she loved you, but she does love the place that may be his, and therefore hers. She who would be the first doe of the herd. My husband, I think that you are well rid of Mameena, for I think also that if she had stayed with us there would have been more deaths in our house, perhaps mine, which would not matter, and perhaps yours, which would matter much. All this I say to you, not from jealousy of one who is fairer than I, but because it is the truth. Therefore, my counsel to you is to let this business pass over and keep silent. Above all, seek not to avenge yourself upon Umbalazi, since I am sure that he has taken vengeance to dwell with him in his own hut. I have spoken." That this moderate and reasoned speech of Nandi's produced a great effect upon Sudoku I could see, but at the time the only answer he made to it was, "Let the name of Mameena be spoken no more within hearing of my ears. Mameena is dead." So her name was heard no more in the houses of Sudoku and of Umbalazi, and when it was necessary for any reason to refer to her, she was given a new name, a composite Zulu word, Owi Zulu, I think it was, which is storm child, shortly translated, for Zulu means a storm as well as the sky. I do not think that Sudoku spoke to her or to me again until towards the climax of this history, and certainly I did not mention her to him. But from that day forward I noted that he was a changed man. His pride and open pleasure in his great success, which had caused the Zulus to name him the Self-Eater, were no longer marked. He became cold and silent, like a man who is thinking deeply, but who shudders his thoughts lest some should read them through the windows of his eyes. Moreover, he paid a visit to Zikali, the little and wise, as I found out by accident. But what advice that cunning old dwarf gave to him I did not find out then. The only other event which happened in connection with this elopement was that a message came from Umbalazi to Saduko, brought by one of his princes, a brother of Umbalazi, who was of his party, as I know, for I heard it delivered. It was a very humble message, when the relative positions of the two men are considered, that of one who knew that he had done wrong, and, if not repentant, was heartily ashamed of himself. "Saduko," it said, "I have stolen a cow of yours, and I hope you will forgive me, since that cow did not love the pasture in your kraal. But in mine she grows fat and is content. Moreover, in return, I will give you many other cows. Everything that I have to give, I will give to you who are my friend and trusted counselor. Send me word, O Saduko, that this wall which I have built between us is broken down, since ere long you and I must stand together in war." To this message Saduko's answer was, "O Prince, you are troubled about a very little thing. That cow which you have taken was of no worth to me. For who wishes to keep a beast that is ever tearing and lowing at the gates of a kraal, disturbing those who would sleep inside with her noise? Had you asked her of me, I would have given her to you freely. I thank you for your offer, but I need no more cows, especially if, like this one, they have no calves. As for a wall between us, there is none, for how can two men who, if the battle is to be won, must stand shoulder to shoulder, fight if divided by a wall? O son of the king, I am dreaming by day and night of the battle and the victory, and I have forgotten all about the barren cow that ran away after you, the great bull of the herd. Only do not be surprised if one day you find that this cow has a sharp horn." End of chapter 11. Recording by Keith Salas. Chapter 12 of Child of Storm. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Child of Storm by H. Rider Haggard. Chapter 12. Panda's Prayer. About 6 weeks later, in the month of November, 1856, I chanced to be at Nodwengu, when the quarrel between the princes came to a head. Although none of the regiments was actually allowed to enter the town, that is, as a regiment, the place was full of people, all of them in a state of great excitement, who came in during the daytime and went to sleep in the neighboring military kraals at night. One evening, as some of these soldiers, about 1,000 of them if I remember right, were returning to the Ukubaza kraal, a fight occurred between them, which led to the final outbreak. As it happened, at that time there were 2 separate regiments stationed at this kraal. I think that they were the Mkuluchana and the Hlaba, one of which favored Cetewayo and the other Umbalazi. As certain companies of each of these regiments marched along together in parallel lines, 2 of their captains got into a dispute on the eternal subject of the succession to the throne. From words they came to blows, and the end of it was that he who favored Umbalazi killed him who favored Cetewayo with his carry. Thereon the comrades of the slain man, raising a shout of "Usutu," which became the war cry of Cetewayo's party, fell upon the others, and a dreadful combat ensued. Fortunately, the soldiers were only armed with sticks, or the slaughter would have been very great. But as it was, after an indecisive engagement, about 50 men were killed and many more injured. Now, with my usual bad luck, I, who had gone out to shoot a few birds for the pot, pau, or bustard, I think they were, was returning across this very plain to my old encampment in the kloof where Masapo had been executed, and so ran into the fight just as it was beginning. I saw the captain killed and the subsequent engagement. Indeed, as it happened, I did more. Not knowing where to go or what to do, for I was quite alone, I pulled up my horse behind a tree and waited till I could escape the horrors about me. For I can assure anyone who may ever read these words that it is a very horrible sight to see 1,000 men engaged in fierce and deadly combat. In truth, the fact that they had no spears and they could only batter each other to death with their heavy carries made it worse, since the duels were more desperate and prolonged. Everywhere men were rolling on the ground, hitting at each other's heads, until at last some blow went home and one of them threw out his arms and lay still, either dead or senseless. Well, there I sat watching all this shocking business from the saddle of my trained shooting pony, which stood like a stone, till presently I became aware of 2 great fellows rushing at me with their eyes starting out of their heads and shouting as they came, "Kill Umbalazi's white man! Kill! Kill!" Then, seeing the matter was urgent and that it was a question of my life or theirs, I came into action. In my hand I held a double-barreled shotgun loaded with what we used to call loopers, or BB shot, of which but a few went to each charge, for I had hoped to meet with a small buck on my way to camp. So as these soldiers came, I lifted the gun and fired, the right barrel at one of them and the left barrel at the other, aiming in each case at the center of the small dancing shields which from force of habit they held stretched out to protect their throats and breasts. At that distance, of course, the loopers sank through the soft hide of the shields and deep into the bodies of those who carried them, so that both of them dropped dead, the left-hand man being so close that he fell against my pony, his uplifted carry striking me on the thigh and bruising me. When I saw what I had done, and that the danger was over for the moment, without waiting to reload, I dug the spurs into my horse's sides and galloped off to Nodwengu, passing between the groups of struggling men. On arriving unharmed at the town, I went instantly to the royal huts and demanded to see the king, who sent word that I was to be admitted. On coming before him, I told him exactly what had happened, that I had killed 2 of Cetewayo's men in order to save my own life, and on that account submitted myself to his justice. "O Macumazahn," said Panda in great distress, "I know well that you are not to blame, and already I have sent out a regiment to stop this fighting, with command that those who caused it should be brought before me tomorrow for judgment. I am glad indeed, Macumazahn, that you have escaped without harm, but I must tell you that I fear henceforth your life will be in danger, since all the Usutu party will hold it forfeit if they can catch you. While you are in my town I can protect you, for I will set a strong guard about your camp, but here you will have to stay until these troubles are done with, since if you leave you may be murdered on the road." "I thank you for your kindness, King," I answered, "but all this is very awkward for me, who hope to trek for Natal tomorrow." "Well, there it is, Macumazahn. You will have to stay here unless you wish to be killed. He who walks into a storm must put up with the hailstones." So it came about that once again fate dragged me into the Zulu maelstrom. On the morrow I was summoned to the trial, half as a witness and half as one of the offenders. Going to the head of the Nodwengu kraal, where Panda was sitting in state with his council, I found the whole great space in front of him crowded with a dense concourse of fierce-faced partisans. those who favored Cetewayo, the Usutu, sitting on the right, and those who favored Umbalazi, Isigwosa, sitting on the left. At the head of the right-hand section sat Cetewayo, his brethren and chief men. At the head of the left-hand section sat Umbalazi, his brethren and his chief men, among whom I saw Saduko take a place immediately behind the prince, so that he could whisper into his ear. To myself and my little band of 8 hunters, who by Panda's express permission came armed with their guns, as I did also, for I was determined that if the necessity arose we would sell our lives as dearly as we could, was appointed a place almost in front of the king and between the 2 factions. When everyone was seated, the trial began, Panda demanding to know who had caused the tumult of the previous night. I cannot set out what followed in all its details, for it would be too long. Also, I have forgotten many of them. I remember, however, that Cetewayo's people said that Umbalazi's men were the aggressors, and that Umbalazi's people said that Cetewayo's men were the aggressors, and that each of their parties backed up these statements, which were given at great length with loud shouts. "How am I to know the truth?" exclaimed Panda at last. "Macumazahn, you were there. Step forward and tell it to me." So I stood out and told the king what I had seen, namely that the captain who favored Cetewayo had begun the quarrel by striking the captain who favored Umbalazi, but that in the end Umbalazi's man had killed Cetewayo's man, after which the fighting commenced. "Then it would seem that the Usutu are to blame," said Panda. "Upon what grounds do you say so, my father?" asked Cetewayo, springing up. "Upon the testimony of this white man, who is well known to be the friend of Umbalazi and of his henchman Saduko, who himself killed 2 of those who called me chief in the course of the fight?" "Yes, Cetewayo," I broke in, "because I thought it better that I should kill them than they should kill me, whom they attacked quite unprovoked." "At any rate you killed them, little white man," shouted Cetewayo, "for which cause your blood is forfeit. Say, did Umbalazi give you leave to appear before the king accompanied by men armed with guns, when we who are his sons must come with sticks only? If so, let him protect you." "That I will do if there is need," exclaimed Umbalazi. "Thank you, Prince," I said, "but if there is need I will protect myself as I did yesterday." And cocking my double-barreled rifle, I looked full at Cetewayo. "When you leave here, then at least I will come even with you, Macumazahn," threatened Cetewayo, spitting through his teeth, as was his way when mad with passion, for he was beside himself and wished to vent his temper on someone, although in truth he and I were always good friends. "If so, I shall stop where I am," I answered coolly, "in the shadow of the king your father. Moreover, are you so lost in folly, Cetewayo, that you should wish to bring the English about your ears? Know that if I am killed, you will be asked to give account of my blood." "Aye," interrupted Panda, "and know that if anyone lays a finger on Macumazahn, who is my guest, he shall die, whether it be a common man or a prince and my son. Also, Cetewayo, I fine you 20 head of cattle to be paid to Macumazahn because of the unprovoked attack which your men made upon him when he rightly slew them." "The fine shall be paid, my father," said Cetewayo more quietly, for he saw that in threatening me he had pushed matters too far. Then, after some more talk, Panda gave judgment in the cause, which judgment really amounted to nothing. As it was impossible to decide which party was most to blame, he fined both an equal number of cattle, accompanying the fine with a lecture on their ill behavior, which was listened to indifferently. After this matter was disposed of, the real business of the meeting began. Rising to his feet, Cetewayo addressed Panda. "My father," he said, "the land wanders and wanders in darkness, and you alone can give light for its feet. I and my brother Umbalazi are at variance, and the quarrel is a great one, namely, as to which of us is to sit in your place when you are gone down, when we call and you do not answer. Some of the nation favor one of us, and some favor the other. But you, O king, and you alone have the voice of judgment. Still, before you speak, I and those who stand with me would bring this to your mind. My mother, Kumbazi, is your Ikosikazi, your head wife, and therefore, according to our law, I, her eldest son, should be your heir. Moreover, when you fled to the Boers before the fall of him who sat in your place before you, Dingaan, did not they, the white Amabunu, ask you which amongst your sons was your heir? And did you not point me out to the white men? And thereon did not the Amabunu clothe me in a dress of honor, because I was the king to be? But now of late the mother of Umbalazi has been whispering in your ear, as have others." And he looked at Saduko and some of Umbalazi's brethren. "And your face has grown cold towards me, so cold that many say that you will point out Umbalazi to be king after you and stamp on my name. If this is so, my father, tell me at once, that I may know what to do." Having finished his speech, which certainly did not lack force and dignity, Cetewayo sat down again, awaiting the answer in sullen silence. But making none, Panda looked at Umbalazi, who, on rising, was greeted with a great cheer, for although Cetewayo had the larger following in the land, especially among the distant chiefs, the Zulus individually loved Umbalazi more, perhaps because of his stature, beauty, and kindly disposition, physical and moral qualities that naturally appeal to a savage nation. "My father," he said, "like my brother Cetewayo, I await your word. Whatever you may have said to the Amabunu in haste or fear, I do not admit that Cetewayo was ever proclaimed your heir in the hearing of the Zulu people. I say that my right to the succession is as good as his, and that it lies with you, and you alone, to declare which of us shall be put on the royal carrosse in the days that my heart prays may be distant. Still, to save bloodshed, I am willing to divide the land with Cetewayo." Here both Panda and Cetewayo shook their heads, and the audience roared, "Nay!" "Or, if that does not please him, I am willing to meet Cetewayo, man to man, and spear to spear, and fight till one of us be slain." "A safe offer," sneered Cetewayo, "for is not my brother named Elephant, and the strongest warrior among the Zulus? No, I will not set the fortunes of those who cling to me on the chance of a single stab, or on the might of a man's muscles. Decide, O father, say which of the two of us is to sit at the head of your kraal after you have gone over to the spirits and are but an ancestor to be worshipped." Now Panda looked much disturbed, as was not wonderful, since, rushing out from the fence behind which they had been listening, Umkumbazi, Cetewayo's mother, whispered into one of his ears, while Umbalazi's mother whispered into the other. What advice each of them gave I do not know, although obviously it was not the same advice, since the poor man rolled his eyes first at one, then at the other, and finally put his hands over his ears that he might hear no more. "Choose, choose, O king!" shouted the audience. "Who is to succeed you, Cetewayo or Umbalazi?" Watching Panda, I saw that he fell into a kind of agony, His fat sides heaved, and although the day was cold, sweat ran from his brow. "What would the white man do in such a case?" he said to me in a hoarse, low voice, whereon I answered, looking at the ground and speaking so that few could hear me. "I think, O king, that a white man would do nothing. He would say that others might settle the matter after he was dead." "Would that I could say so too," muttered Panda, "but it is not possible." Then followed a long pause, during which all were silent, for every man there felt that the hour was big with doom. At length Panda rose with difficulty because of his unwieldy weight, and uttered these fateful words that were none the less ominous because of the homily idiom in which they were couched. "When two young bulls quarrel, they must fight it out." Instantly, in one tremendous roar, volleyed forth the royal salute of Bayete, a signal of the acceptance of the king's word, the word that meant civil war and the death of many thousands. Then Panda turned, and so feebly that I thought he would fall, walked through the gateway behind him, followed by the rival queens. Each of these ladies struggled to be first after him in the gate, thinking that it would be an omen of success for her son. Finally, however, to the disappointment of the multitude, they only succeeded in passing it side by side. When they had gone, the great audience began to break up, the men of each party marching away together as though by common consent, without offering any insult or molestation to their adversaries. I think that this peaceable attitude arose, however, from the knowledge that matters had now passed from the stage of private quarrel to that of public war. It was felt that their dispute awaited decision, not with sticks outside the Nodwengu kraal, but with spears upon some great battlefield for which they went to prepare. Within 2 days, except for those regiments which Panda kept to guard his person, scarcely a soldier was to be seen in the neighborhood of Nodwengu. The princes also departed to muster their adherents, Cetewayo establishing himself among the Mandlakazi that he commanded, and Umbalazi returning to the kraal of Umbezi, which happened to stand almost in the center of that part of the nation which adhered to him. Whether he took Mameena with him there I am not certain. I believe, however, that, fearing lest her welcome at her birthplace should be warmer than she wished, she settled herself at some retired and outlying kraal in the neighborhood, and there awaited the crisis of her fortune. At any rate, I saw nothing of her, for she was careful to keep out of my way. With Umbalazi and Saduko, however, I did have an interview. Before they left Nodwengu, they called on me together, apparently on the best of terms, and said, in effect, that they hoped for my support in the coming war. I answered that, however well I might like them personally, a Zulu civil war was no affair of mine, and that, indeed, for every reason, including the supreme one of my own safety, I had better get out of the way at once. They argued with me for a long while, making great offers and promises of reward, till at length, when he saw that my determination could not be shaken, Umbalazi said, "Come, Saduko, let us humble ourselves no more before this white man. After all, he is right. The business is none of his. And why should we ask him to risk his life in our quarrel, knowing as we do that the white men are not like us? They think a great deal of their lives. Farewell, Macumazahn. If I conquer and grow great, you will always be welcome in Zululand, whereas if I fail, perhaps you will be best over the Tugela River." Now I felt the hidden taunt in his speech very keenly. Still, being determined that for once I would be wise and not allow my natural curiosity and love of adventure to drag me into more risks and trouble, I replied, The prince says that I am not brave and love my life, and what he says is true. I fear fighting, who by nature am a traitor with the heart of a traitor, not a warrior with the heart of a warrior, like the great in Lovu ene siluante, words at which I saw the grave Cetewayo smile faintly. So farewell to you, prince, and may good fortune attend you. Of course, to call the prince to his face by his nickname, which referred to a defect in his person, was something of an insult, but I had been insulted and meant to give him a Roland for his Oliver. However, he took it in good part. "What is good fortune, Macumazahn?" Umbalazi replied as he grasped my hand. "Sometimes I think that to live and prosper is good fortune, and sometimes I think that to die and sleep is good fortune. For in sleep there is neither hunger nor thirst of body or of spirit. In sleep there come no cares. In sleep ambitions are rest, nor do those who look no more upon the sun smart beneath the treacheries of false women or false friends. Should the battle turn against me, Macumazahn, at least that good fortune will be mine, for never will I live to be crushed beneath Cetewayo's heel." Then he went. Cetewayo accompanied him for a little way, but making some excuse to the prince, he came back and said to me, "Macumazahn, my friend, I dare say that we part for the last time, and therefore I make a request of you. It is as to one who is dead to me. Macumazahn, I believe that Umbalazi, the thief," these words broke from his lips with a hiss, "has given her many cattle and hidden her away either in the kloof of Zikali the Wise or near to it, under his care. Now if the war should go against Umbalazi, and I should be killed in it, I think evil will fall upon that woman's head. I who have grown sure that it was she who was the wizard and not Masapo the boar. Also, as one connected with Umbalazi, who has helped him in his plots, she will be killed if she is caught. Macumazahn, hearken to me. I will tell you the truth. My heart is still on fire for that woman. She has bewitched me. Her eyes haunt my sleep, and I hear her voice in the wind. She is more to me than all the earth and all the sky, and although she has wronged me, I do not wish that harm should come to her. Macumazahn, I pray you, if I die, do your best to befriend her, even though it be only as a servant in your house, for I think that she cares more for you than for anyone who only ran away with him." And he pointed in the direction that Umbalazi had taken. "Because he is a prince who, in her folly, she believes will be a king. At least take her to Natal, Macumazahn, where, if you wish to be free of her, she can marry whom she will, and will live safe until night comes. Panda loves you much, and whoever conquers in the war will give you her life if you ask it of him." Then the strange man drew the back of his hand across his eyes, from which I saw the tears were running, and muttering, "If you would have good fortune, remember my prayer," turned and left me before I could answer a single word. As for me, I sat down upon an ant-heap and whistled a whole hymn tune that my mother had taught me before I could think at all. To be left the guardian of Mameena! Talk of a damnosa hereditas, a terrible and mischievous inheritance. Why, this was the worst that I had ever heard of. A servant in my house, indeed, knowing what I did about her. Why, I had sooner share the good fortune which Umbalazi anticipated beneath the sod. However, that was not in the question, and without it the alternative of acting as her guardian was bad enough, though I comforted myself with the reflection that the circumstances in which this would become necessary might never arise. For alas, I was sure that if they did arise, I should have to live up to them. True, I had made no promise to Sudoku with my lips, but I felt, as I knew he felt, that this promise had passed from my heart to his. That thief Umbalazi, strange words to be uttered by a great vassal of his lord, and both of them about to enter upon a desperate enterprise. A prince whom in her folly she believes will be a king. Stranger words still. Then Sudoku did not believe that he would be a king, and yet he was about to share his fortunes of his fight for the throne, he who said that his heart was still on fire for the woman whom Umbalazi, the thief, had stolen. Well, if I were Umbalazi, thought I to myself, I would rather that Sudoku were not my chief counselor and general. But, thank heaven, I was not Umbalazi or Sudoku or any of them, and thank heaven still more, I was going to begin my trek from Zululand on the morrow. Man proposes, but God disposes. I did not trek from Zululand for many a long day. When I got back to my wagons, it was to find that my oxen had mysteriously disappeared from the veld on which they were accustomed to graze. They were lost, or perhaps they had felt the urgent need of trekking from Zululand back to a more peaceful country. I sent all the hunters I had with me to look for them, only Scowl and I remaining at the wagons, which in those disturbed times I did not like to leave unguarded. 4 days went by, a week went by, and no sign of either hunters or oxen. Then at last a message, which reached me in some roundabout fashion, to the effect that the hunters had found the oxen a long way off, but on trying to return to Nodwengu had been driven by some of the Usutsu, that is, by Cetewayo's party, across the Tugela into Natal, whence they dared not attempt to return. For once in my life I went into a rage and cursed the nondescript kind of messenger sent by I know not whom in language that I think he will not forget. Then, realizing the futility of swearing at a mere tool, I went up to the great house and demanded an audience with Panda himself. Presently the inseku, or household servant, to whom I gave my message, returned, saying that I was to be admitted at once, and on entering the enclosure I found that the king sitting at the head of the kraal quite alone, except for a man who was holding a large shield over him, in order to keep off the sun. He greeted me warmly, and I told him my trouble about the oxen, whereon he sent away the shield holder, leaving us two together. "Watcher by night," he said, "why do you blame me for these events when you know that I am nobody in my own house? I say that I am a dead man, whose sons fight for his inheritance. I cannot tell you for certain who it was that drove away your oxen. Still, I am glad that they are gone, since I believe that if you had attempted to trek to Natal just now, you would have been killed on the road by the Usutu, who believe you to be a counselor of Umbalazi." "I understand, O king," I answered, "and I dare say that the accident of the loss of my oxen is fortunate for me. But tell me now, what am I to do? I wish to follow the example of John Donne, another white man in the country who was much mixed up with Zulu politics, and leave the land. Will you give me more oxen to draw my wagons?" "I have none that are broken in, Macumazahn, for, as you know, we Zulus possess few wagons, and if I had I would not lend them to you, who do not desire that your blood should be upon my head." "You are hiding something from me, O king," I said bluntly. "What is it that you want me to do? Stay here at Nodwengu?" "No, Macumazahn.
When the trouble begins, I want you to go with the regiment of my own that I shall send to the assistance of my son Umbalazi, so that he may have the benefit of your wisdom. O Macumazahn, I will tell you the truth. My heart loves Umbalazi, and I fear me that he is overmatched by Cetewayo. If I could, I would save his life, but I know not how to do so, since I must not seem to take sides too openly. But I can send down a regiment as your escort. If you choose to go to view the battle as my agent and make report to me, say, will you not go?" "Why should I go?" I answered, "seeing that whoever wins I may be killed, and that if Cetewayo wins I shall certainly be killed, and all for no reward." "Nay, Macumazahn, I will give orders that whoever conquers, the man that dares to lift a spear against you shall die. On this matter, at least, I shall not be disobeyed. Oh, I pray you, do not desert me in my trouble. Go down with the regiment that I shall send, and breathe your wisdom into the ear of my son Umbalazi. As for your reward, I swear to you by the head of the Black One, Chaka, that it shall be great. I will see to it that you do not leave Zululand empty-handed, Macumazahn." Still I hesitated, for I mistrusted me of this business. "Oh, watcher by night," exclaimed Panda, "you will not desert me, will you? I am afraid for the son of my heart, Umbalazi, whom I love above all my children. I am much afraid for Umbalazi." And he burst into tears before me. It was foolish, no doubt, but the sight of the old king weeping for his best beloved child, whom he believed to be doomed, moved me so much that I forgot my caution. "If you wish it, O Panda," I said, "I will go down to the battle with your regiment, and stand there by the side of the Prince Umbalazi." End of Chapter 12. Recording by Keith Salis. Chapter 13 of Child of Storm. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Child of Storm by H. Rider Haggard. Chapter 13. Umbalazi, the Fallen. So I stayed on at Nodwengu, who indeed had no choice in the matter, and was very wretched and ill at ease. The place was almost deserted except for a couple of regiments which were quartered there, the Sangwu and the Amawambe. This latter was a royal regiment, a kind of household guards to which the kings Chaka, Dingaan, and Panda all belonged in turn. Most of the headmen had taken one side or the other, and were away raising forces to fight for Cetewayo or Umbalazi, and even the greater part of the women and children had gone to hide themselves in the bush or among the mountains, since none knew what would happen, or if the conquering army would not fall upon and destroy them. A few councillors, however, remained with Panda, among whom was old Maputa, the general, who had once brought me the message of the pills. Several times he visited me at night and told me the rumors that were flying about. From these I gathered that some skirmishes had taken place, and the battle could not be long delayed. Also that Umbalazi had chosen his fighting ground, a plain near the banks of the Tugela. "Why has he done this?" I asked, "seeing that then he will have a broad river behind him, and if he is defeated, water can kill as well as spears." "I know not for certain," answered Maputa, "but it is said because of a dream that Saduko, his general, had dreamed thrice, which dream declares that there, and there alone, Umbalazi will find honor. At any rate, he has chosen this place, and I am told that all the women and children of his army by thousands are hidden in the bush along the banks of the river, so that they may fly into Natal if there is need."
"Have they wings?" I asked, "wherefore to fly over the Tugela in wrath, as it well may be after the rains? Oh, surely his spirit has turned from Umbalazi."
"Aye, Macumazahn," he answered. "I too think that Uflatewe Idlosi,
that is, his own spirit,
has turned its back on him. Also, I think that Suduko is no good counselor. Indeed, were I the prince," added the old fellow shrewdly, "I would not keep him whose wife I had stolen as a whisperer in my ear."
"Nor I, Maputa," I answered as I bade him good-bye. 2 days later, early in the morning, Maputa came to me again and said that Panda wished to see me. I went to the head of the kraal, where I found the king seated, and before him the captains of the Royal Amawambe regiment. "Watcher by night," he said, "I have news that the great battle between my sons will take place within a few days. Therefore, I am sending down this, my own royal regiment, under the command of Maputa, the skilled in war, to spy out the battle, and I pray that you will go with it, that you may give to the General Maputa and to the captains help of your wisdom. Now these are my orders to you, Maputa, and to you, O captains, that you take no part in the fight unless you should see that the elephant, my son Umbalazi, is fallen into a pit, and that then you shall drag him out if you can and save him alive. Now repeat my words to me." So they repeated the words, speaking with one voice. "Your answer, O Macumazahn?" he said when they had spoken. "O king, I have told you that I will go, though I do not like war, and I will keep my promise," I replied. "Then make ready, Macumazahn, and be back here within an hour, or the regiment marches ere noon." So I went up to my wagons and handed them over to the care of some men whom Panda had sent to take charge of them. Also Scowl and I saddled our horses, for this faithful fellow insisted upon accompanying me, although I advised him to stay behind, and got out our rifles and as much ammunition as we could possibly need, and with them a few other necessities. These things done, we rode back to the gathering place, taking farewell of the wagons with a sad heart, since I, for one, never expected to see them again. As we went, I saw that the regiment of the Amawambe, picked men every one of them, all 50 years of age or over, nearly 4,000 strong, was marshalled on the dancing ground, where they stood company by company. A magnificent sight they were, with their white fighting shields, their gleaming spears, their otter-skin caps, their kilts and armlets of white bulls' tails, and the snowy egret plumes which they wore upon their brows. We rode to the head of them, where I saw Maputa, and as I came they greeted me with a cheer of welcome, for in those days a white man was a power in the land. Moreover, as I have said, the Zulus knew and liked me well. Also, the fact that I was to watch, or perchance to fight with them, put a good heart into the Amawambe. There we stood until the lads, several hundreds of them, who bore the mats and cooking vessels and drove the cattle that were to be our commissariat, had wended away in a long line. Then suddenly Panda appeared out of his hut, accompanied by a few servants, and seemed to utter some kind of prayer, as he did so throwing dust or powdered medicine towards us, though what this ceremony meant I did not understand. When he had finished, Maputa raised a spear, whereon the whole regiment in perfect time shouted out the royal salute, "Bayete!" with a sound like that of thunder. Thrice they repeated this tremendous and impressive salute, and then were silent. Again Maputa raised his spear, and all the 4,000 voices broke out into the ignoma, or national chant, to which deep, awe-inspiring music we began our march. As I do not think it has ever been written down, I will quote the words. They ran thus.
Baya Mazanda, Baya Maloiza, Izizwe Zanke, Bazon in Kusi. Literally translated, this famous chant, now I think published for the first time, which I suppose will never again pass the lips of a Zulu impi, means they, i.e. the enemy, bear him, i.e. the king, hatred. They call down curses on his head. All of them throughout this land abhor our king. The ignoma, when sung by 20 or 30,000 men rushing down to battle, must indeed have been a song to hear. The spirit of this fierce ignoma, conveyed by sound, gesture, and inflection of voice, not the exact words, remember, which are very rude and simple, leaving much to the imagination, may perhaps be rendered somewhat as follows. An exact translation in English verse is almost impossible, at any rate, to me. Loud on their lips is lying, rebels their king defying. There shall be dead and dying. Red are their eyes with hate. Lo, where our impas wait. Vengeance insatiate. It was early on the morning of the 2nd of December, a cold, miserable morning that came with wind and driving mist, that I found myself with the Amawambe at the place known as Ndondakusuka, a plain with some kopjes in it that lies within 6 miles of the Natal border, from which it is separated by the Tugela River. As the orders of the Amawambe were to keep out of the fray if that were possible, we had taken up a position about a mile to the right of what proved to be the actual battlefield, choosing as our camping ground a rising knoll that looked like a huge tumulus, and was fronted at a distance of about 500 yards by another smaller knoll. Behind us stretched bushland, or rather broken land, where mimosa thorns grew in scattered groups, sloping down to the banks of the Tugela about 4 miles away. Shortly after dawn I was roused from the place where I slept, wrapped up in some blankets under a mimosa tree, for of course we had no tents, by a messenger, who said that the Prince Umbalazi and the white man, John Donne, wished to see me. I rose and tidied myself as best I could, since if I can avoid it I never like to appear before natives in a disheveled condition. I remember that I had just finished brushing my hair when Umbalazi arrived. I can see him now, looking a veritable giant in that morning mist. Indeed, there was something quite unearthly about his appearance as he arose out of those rolling vapors, such light as there was being concentrated upon the blade of his big spear, which was well known as the broadest carried by any warrior in Zululand, and a copper torque he wore about his throat. There he stood, rolling his eyes and hugging his kaross around him because of the cold, and something in his anxious, indeterminate expression told me at once that he knew himself to be a man in terrible danger. Just behind him, dark and brooding, his arms folded on the breast, his eyes fixed upon the ground, looking, to my moved imagination, like an evil genius, stood the stately and graceful Saduko. On his left was a young and sturdy white man carrying a rifle and smoking a pipe, whom I guessed to be John Donne, a gentleman whom, as it chanced, I had never met, while behind were a force of Natal government Zulus, clad in some kind of uniform and armed with guns, and with them a number of natives, also from Natal, Kral Kafirs, who carried stabbing assagais. One of these led John Donne's horse. Of those government men there may have been 30 or 40, and of the Kral Kafirs anything between 200 and 300. I shook Umbalazi's hand and gave him good day. "That is an ill day upon which no sun shines, O Macumazana," he answered, words that struck me as ominous. Then he introduced me to John Donne, who seemed glad to meet another white man. Next, not knowing what to say, I asked the exact object of their visit, whereon Donne began to talk. He said that he had been sent over on the previous afternoon by Captain Walmsley, who was an officer of the Natal government stationed across the border,
to try to make peace between the Zulu factions, but that when he spoke of peace, one of Umbalazi's brothers, I think it was Mantandashia, had mocked at him, saying that they were quite strong enough to cope with the Usutu, that was Cetewayo's party. Also, he added that when he suggested that the thousands of women and children and the cattle should be got across the Tugela drift during the previous night into safety in Natal, Mantantashaya would not listen, and Umbalazi being absent, seeking the aid of the Natal government, he could do nothing. Quem Deus vult perdere pirius demantant. Whom God wishes to destroy, he first makes mad. Quoted I to myself beneath my breath. This was one of the Latin tags that my old father, who was a scholar, had taught me, and at that moment it came back to my mind. But as I suspected that John Donne knew no Latin, I only said aloud, "What an infernal fool!" We were talking in English. "Can't you get Umbalazi to do it now?" I meant to send the women and children across the river. "I fear it is too late, Mr. Quatermain," he answered. "The Usutu are in sight. Look for yourself." And he handed me a telescope which he had with him. I climbed onto some rocks and scanned the plain in front of us, from which just then a puff of wind rolled away the mist. It was black with advancing men. As yet they were a considerable distance away, quite 2 miles, I should think, and coming on very slowly in a great half-moon with thin horns and a deep breast. But a ray from the sun glittered upon their countless spears. It seemed to me that there must be quite 20 or 30,000 of them in this breast, which was in 3 divisions, commanded, as I learned afterwards, by Cetewayo, Uzamela, and by a young Boer named Groening. "There they are, right enough," I said, climbing down from my rocks. "What are you going to do, Mr. Dunn?" "Obey orders and try to make peace. If I can find anyone who will make peace with, and if I can't, well, fight, I suppose. And you, Mr. Quatermain?" "Oh, obey orders and stop here, I suppose, unless," I added doubtfully, "these Amawambe take the bit between their teeth and run away with me." "They will do that before nightfall, Mr. Quatermain, if I know anything of the Zulus. Look here, why don't you get on your horse and come off with me? This is a queer place for you." "Because I promised not to," I answered with a groan, for really, as I looked at those savages round me who were already fingering their spears in a disagreeable fashion, and those other thousands of savages advancing toward us, I felt such little courage as I possessed sinking into my boots. "Very well, Mr. Quatermain. You know your own business best, but I hope you will come out of it safely, that's all." "Same to you," I replied. Then John Donne turned, and in my hearing asked Umbalazi what he knew of the movements of the Zutu and their plan of battle. The prince replied, with a shrug of his shoulders, "Nothing at present, son of Mr. Dunn, but doubtless before the sun is high I shall know much." As he spoke, a sudden gust of wind struck us and tore the nodding ostrich plume from its fastening on Umbalazi's head-ring, whilst a murmur of dismay rose from all who saw what they considered this very ill-omened accident. Away it floated into the air, to fall gently to the ground at the feet of Saduko. He stooped, picked it up, and reset it in its place, saying as he did so, with that ready wit for which some Kafirs are remarkable, "So I may live, O Prince, to set the crown upon the head of Panda's favourite son." This apt speech served to dispel the general gloom caused by the incident, for those who heard it cheered, while Umbalazi thanked his captain with a nod and a smile. Only I noted that Saduko did not mention the name of Panda's favoured son, upon whose head he hoped to live to set the crown. Now Panda had many sons, and that day would show which of them was favoured. A minute or two later John Donne and his following departed, as he said to try to make peace with the advancing Usutu. Umbalazi, Saduko, and their escort departed also towards the main body of the host of the Izikosa, which was massed to our left, sitting on their spears, as the natives say, and awaiting the attack. As for me, I remained alone with the Amawambe, drinking some coffee that Skal had brewed for me and forcing myself to swallow food. I can say honestly that I do not ever remember partaking in a more unhappy meal. Not only did I believe that I was looking on the last sun I should ever see, though, by the way, there was uncommonly little of that orb visible, but what made the matter worse was that, if so, I should be called upon to die among savages, with not a single white face near to comfort me. Oh, how I wished I had never allowed myself to be dragged into this dreadful business. Yes, and I was even mean enough to wish that I had broken my word to Panda and gone off with John Donne when he invited me, although now I thank goodness that I did not yield to that temptation and thereby sacrifice my self-respect. Soon, however, things grew so exciting that I forgot these and other melancholy reflections in watching the development of events from the summit of the tumulus-like knoll, whence I had a magnificent view of the whole battle. Here, after seeing that his regiment made a full meal, as a good general should, old Maputa joined me, whom I asked whether he thought there would be any fighting for him that day. "I think so, he answered cheerfully. "It seems to me that the Utsutu greatly outnumber Umbalazi and the Izikosa, and, of course, as you know, Panda's orders are that, if he is in danger, we must help him. Oh, keep a good heart, Macumazahn, for I believe I can promise you that you will see our spears grow red today. You will not go hungry from this battle to tell the white people that the Amawambe are cowards whom you could not flog into the fight. No, Macumazahn, my spirit looks towards me this morning, and I, who am old and who thought that I should die at length like a cow, shall see one more great fight, my 20th, Macumazahn, for I fought with this same Amawambe in all the Black One's big battles, and for Panda against Dingaan also." "Perhaps it will be your last," I suggested. "I dare say, Macumazahn. But what does it matter if only I and the royal regiment can make an end that will be spoken of? Oh, cheer up, Macumazahn. Your spirit too looks towards you, as I promise that we all will do when the shields meet. For now, Macumazahn, that we poor black soldiers expect that you will show us how to fight this day, and, if need be, how to fall hidden in a heap of the foe." "Oh," I replied, "so this is what you Zulus mean by giving of counsel, is it, you infernal bloodthirsty old scoundrel?" I added in English, but I think Maputa never heard me. At any rate, he only seized my arm and pointed in front, a little to the left, where the horn of the great Usutu army was coming up fast, a long, thin line alive with twinkling spears, their moving arms and legs causing them to look like spiders of which the bodies were formed by the great war shields. "See their plan?" he said. "They would close on Umbezi and gore him with their horns, and then charge with their head. The horn will pass between us and the right flank of the Izikosa. Oh, awake, elephant! Are you asleep with Mameena in a hut? Unloose your spears, child of the king, and at them as they mount the slope, behold," he went on, "it is the son of Dun that begins the battle. Didn't I tell you that we must look to the white men to show us the way? Peep through your tube, Macumazahn, and tell me what passes." So I peeped, and the telescope, which John Donne had kindly left with me, being good though small, saw everything clearly enough. He rode up almost to the point of the left horn of the Usutu, waving a white handkerchief, and followed by his small force of police and Natal Kafirs. Then from somewhere among the Isutu rose a puff of smoke. Dunn had been fired at. He dropped the handkerchief and leapt to the ground. Now he and his police were firing rapidly in reply, and men fell fast among the Isutu. They raised their war shout and came on, though slowly, for they feared the bullets. Step by step, John Dunn and his people were thrust back, fighting gallantly against the overwhelming odds. They were level with us, not a quarter of a mile to our left. They were pushed past us. They vanished among the bush behind us, and a long while passed before ever I heard what became of them, for we met no more that day. Now the horns having done their work and wrapped themselves round Umbalazi's army as the nippers of a wasp close about a fly, why did not Umbalazi cut off those horns, I wondered? The Isutu bull began his charge. 20 or 30,000 strong, regiment after regiment, Cetewayo's men rushed up the slope, and there, near the crest of it, were met by Umbalazi's regiments springing forward to repel the onslaught and shouting their battle cry of "Lava! Lava! Lava! Lava!" The noise of their meeting shields came to our ears like that of a roll of thunder, and the sheen of their stabbing spears shone as shines the broad summer lightning. They hung and wavered on the slope. Then from the Amawambe ranks rose a roar of "Umbalazi wins!" Watching intently, we saw the Isutu giving back. Down the slope they went, leaving the ground in front of them covered with black spots which we knew to be dead or wounded men. "Why does not the elephant charge home?" said Maputa in a perplexed voice. "The Isutu bull is on his back. Why does he not trample him?" "Because he's afraid, I suppose," I answered, and went on watching. There was plenty to see as it happened. Finding that they were not pursued, Cetewayo's impi reformed swiftly at the bottom of the slope in preparation for another charge. Among that of Umbalazi above them, rapid movements took place of which I could not guess the meaning, which movements were accompanied by much noise of angry shouting. Then suddenly, from the midst of the Izikosa army, emerged a great body of men, thousands strong, which ran swiftly, but in open order, down the slope towards the Isutu, holding their spears reversed. At first I thought that they were charging independently, until I saw the Isutu ranks open to receive them with a shout of welcome. "Treachery!" I said. "Who is it?" "Saduko, with the Amakoba and the Amangwane soldiers and others. I know them by their headdresses," answered Maputa in a cold voice. "Do you mean that Saduko has gone over to Cetewayo with his following?" I asked excitedly. "What else, Macumazan? Saduko is a traitor. Umbalazi is finished." And he passed his hand swiftly across his mouth, a gesture that has only one meaning among the Zulus. As for me, I sat down upon a stone and groaned, for now I understood everything. Presently the Isutu raised fierce, triumphant shouts, and once again their impis, swelled with Saduko's power, began to advance up the slope. Umbalazi and those of the Izikosa party who clung to him, now I should judge not more than 8,000 men, never stayed to wait the onslaught. They broke. They fled in a hideous rout, crashing through the thin left horn of the Isutu by mere weight of numbers, and passing behind us obliquely on their road to the banks of the Tugela. A messenger rushed up to us, panting. "These are the words of Umbalazi," he gasped. "O Watcher by night, and O Maputa, in Lovu ene Silhouante, prays that you will hold back the Isutu as the king bade you do in case of need, and so give to him and those who cling to him time to escape with the women and children into Natal. His general Saduko has betrayed him and gone over with 3 regiments to Cetewayo, and therefore we can no longer stand against the thousands of the Isutu. Go tell the prince that Macumazan, Maputa, and the Amawambe regiment will do their best," answered Maputa calmly. "Still, this is our advice to him,
that he should cross the Tugela swiftly with the women and children, seeing that we are few and Cetewayo is many." The messenger leapt away, but, as I heard afterwards, he never found Umbalazi, since the poor man was killed within 500 yards of where we stood. Then Maputa gave an order, and the Amawambe formed themselves into a triple line, 1,300 men in the first line, 1,300 men in the second line, and about 1,000 in the third, behind whom were the carrier boys, 300 or 400 of them. The place assigned to me was in the exact center of the second line, where, being mounted on a horse, it was thought, as I gathered, that I should serve as a convenient rallying point. In this formation we advanced a few hundred yards to our left, evidently with the object of interposing ourselves between the routed impi and the pursuing Usutu, or, if the latter should elect to go round us, with that of threatening their flank. Cetewayo's generals did not leave us long in doubt as to what they would do. The main body of their army bore away to the right in pursuit of the flying foe, but 3 regiments, each of about 2,500 spears, halted. 5 minutes passed, perhaps, while they marshalled, with a distance of some 600 yards between them. Each regiment was in a triple line like our own. To me that seemed a very long 5 minutes, but, reflecting that it was probably my last on earth, I tried to make the best of it in a fashion that can be guessed. Strange to say, however, I found it impossible to keep my mind fixed upon those matters with which it ought to have been filled. My eyes and thoughts would roam. I looked at the ranks of the veteran Amawambe and noted that they were still and solemn as men about to die should be, although they showed no sign of fear. Indeed, I saw some of those near me passing their snuff-boxes to each other. 2 gray-haired men also, who evidently were old friends, shook hands as people do when they are parting before a journey, while 2 others discussed in a low voice the possibility of our wiping out most of the Usutu before we were wiped out ourselves. "It depends," said one of them, "whether they attack us regiment by regiment or all together, as they will do if they are wise." Then an officer bade them be silent, and conversation ceased. Maputa passed through the ranks, giving orders to the captains. From a distance, his withered old body, with a fighting shield held in front of it, looked like that of a huge black ant carrying something in its mouth. He came to where Scowl and I sat upon our horses. "Ah, I see that you are ready, Macumazahn," he said in a cheerful voice. "I told you that you should not go away hungry. Did I not?" "Maputa," I said in remonstrance, "what is the use of this? Umbalazi is defeated. You are not of his impi. Why send all these," and I waved my hand, "down into the darkness? Why not go to the river and try to save the women and children?" "Because we shall take many of those down into the darkness with us, Macumazahn," and he pointed to the dense masses of the Usutu. "Yet," he added with a touch of compunction, "this is not your quarrel. You and your servant have horses. Slip out, if you will, and gallop hard to the lower drift. You may get away with your lives." Then my white man's pride came to my aid. "Nay," I answered, "I will not run while others stay to fight." "I never thought you would, Macumazahn, who I am sure do not wish to earn a new ugly name. Well, neither will the Amawambe run to become a mock among their people. The king's orders were that we should try to help Umbalazi if the battle went against him. We obey the king's orders by dying where we stand. Macumazahn, do you think you could hit that big fellow who is shouting insults at us there? If so, I should be obliged to you, as I dislike him very much." And he showed me a captain who was swaggering about in front of the lines of the first of the Usutu regiments, about 600 yards away. "I will try," I answered, "but it's a long shot." Dismounting, I climbed a pile of stones, and, resting my rifle on the topmost of them, took a very full sight, aimed, held my breath,
and pressed the trigger. A second afterwards, a shouter of insults threw his arms wide, letting fall his spear, and pitched forward onto his face. A roar of delight rose from the watching Amawambe, while old Maputa clapped his thin brown hands and grinned from ear to ear. "Thank you, Macumazahn. A very good omen. Now I am sure that whatever those Isikosa dogs of Umbelazis may do, we king's men shall make an excellent end, which is all that we can hope. Oh, what a beautiful shot! It will be something to think of when I am an Indlozi, a spirit snake, crawling about my own kraal. Farewell, Macumazahn." And he took my hand and pressed it. "The time has come. I go to lead the charge. The Amawambe have orders to defend you to the last, for I wish you to see the finish of this fight. Farewell." Then off he hurried, followed by his orderlies and staff officers. I never saw him again alive, although I think that once in after years I did meet his Indlosi in the kraal under strange circumstances, but that has nothing to do with this history. As for me, having reloaded, I mounted my horse again, being afraid lest if I went on shooting I should miss and spoil my reputation. Besides, what was the use of killing more men unless I was obliged? There were plenty ready to do that. Another minute, and the regiment in front of us began to move, while the other two behind it ostentatiously sat themselves down in their ranks to show that they did not mean to spoil sport. The fight was to begin with a duel between about 6,000 men. "Good," muttered the warrior who was next to me. "They are in our bag." "Aye," answered another. "Those little boys," used as a term of contempt, "are going to learn their last lesson." For a few seconds there was silence, while the long ranks leant forward between the hedges of lean and cruel spears. A whisper went down the line. It sounded like the noise of wind among trees, and was the signal to prepare. Next, a far-off voice shouted some word, which was repeated again and again by other voices before and behind me. I became aware that we were moving, quite slowly at first, then more quickly. Being lifted above the ranks upon my horse, I could see the whole advance, and the general aspect of it was that of a triple black wave, each wave crowned with foam. The white plumes and shields of the Amawambe were the foam, and alive with sparkles of light, their broad spears were the light. We were charging now, and oh, the awful and glorious excitement of that charge! Oh, the rush of the bending plumes and the dull thudding of 8,000 feet! The Asutu came up the slope to meet us. In silence we went, and in silence they came. We drew near to each other. Now we could see their faces peering over the tops of their mottled shields, and now we could see their fierce and rolling eyes. Then a rolling roar such as at that time I had never heard, the thunder of the roar of the meeting shields, and a flash, a swift, simultaneous flash, the flash of lightning of the stabbing spears. Up went the cry of, "Kill Amawambe, kill!" answered another cry of, "Toss, Isutu, toss!" After that, what happened? Heaven knows alone, or at least I do not. But in later years Mr. Osborne, afterwards the resident magistrate at Newcastle in Natal, who, being young and foolish in those days, had swum his horse over the Tugela and hidden in a little kopje quite near to us in order to see the battle, told me that it looked as though some huge breaker, that breaker being the splendid Amawambe, rolling in towards the shore with the weight of the ocean behind it, had suddenly struck a ridge of rock and, rearing itself up, submerged and hidden it. At least within 3 minutes that Isutu regiment was no more. We had killed them, every one, and from all along our lines rose a fierce hissing sound of "Ski! Ski!" Z in Zulu, uttered as the spears went home in the bodies of the conquered. That regiment had gone, taking nearly a third of our number with it, for in such a battle as this the wounded were as good as dead. Practically our first line had vanished in a fray that did not last more than a few minutes. Before it was well over, the 2nd Basutu regiment sprang up and charged. With a yell of victory we rushed down the slope towards them. Again there was a roar of the meeting shields, but this time the fight was more prolonged, and, being in the front rank now, I had my share of it. I remember shooting 2 Asutu who stabbed at me, after which my gun was wrenched from my hand. I remember the melee, swinging backwards and forwards, the groans of the wounded, the shouts of victory and despair, and then Scowl's voice saying, "We have beat them, boss, but here come the others." The 3rd regiment was on our shattered lines. We closed up, we fought like devils, even the bearer boys rushed into the fray. From all sides they poured down upon us, for we had made a ring. Every minute men died by the hundreds, and though their numbers grew few, not one of the Amawambe yielded. I was fighting with a spear now, though how it came into my hand I cannot remember for certain. I think, however, I wrenched it from a man who rushed at me and was stabbed before he could strike. I killed a captain with the spear, for as he fell I recognized his face. It was that of one of Cetewayo's companions to whom I had sold some cloth at Nodwengu. The fallen were piled up quite thick around me. We were using them as a breastwork, friend and foe together. I saw Scowl's horse rear into the air and fall. He slipped over its tail, and next instant was fighting at my side, also with a spear, muttering Dutch and English oaths as he struck. "Beetje warm!" A little hot. "Beetje warm, baas!" I heard him say. Then my horse screamed aloud, and something hit me hard upon the head. I suppose it was a thrown carry, after which I remember nothing for a while, except a sensation of passing through the air. I came to myself again and found that I was still on the horse, which was ambling forward across the veld at a rate of about 8 miles an hour, and that Scowl was clinging to my stirrup leather and running at my side. He was covered with blood, so was the horse, and so was I. It may have been our own blood, for all 3 were more or less wounded, or it may have been that of others. I am sure I do not know, but we were a terrible sight. I pulled upon the reins, and the horse stopped among some thorns. Scowl felt in the saddlebags and found a large flask of Holland's gin and water, half gin and half water, which he placed there before the battle. He uncorked and gave it to me. I took a long pull at the stuff that tasted like veritable nectar, then handed it to him, who did likewise. New life seemed to flow into my veins. Whatever teetotalers may say, alcohol is good at such a moment. "Where are the Amawambe?" I asked. "All dead by now, I think, boss. As we should be had not your horse bolted. Wow, but they made a great fight, one that will be told of. They have carried those 3 regiments away upon their spears." "That's good," I said, "but where are we going?" "To Natal, I hope, boss. I have had enough of the Zulus for the present. The Tugela is not far away, and we will swim it. Come on, before our hurts grow stiff." So we went on, till presently we reached the crest of a rise of ground overlooking the river, and there saw and heard dreadful things. For beneath us those devilish Usutu were massacring the fugitives and the camp followers. These were being driven by the hundred to the edge of the water, there to perish on the banks or in the stream, which was black with drowned or drowning forms. And oh, the sounds! Well, those I will not attempt to describe. "Keep upstream," I said shortly, and we struggled across a kind of donga where only a few wounded men were hidden, into a somewhat denser patch of bush that had scarcely been entered by the flying Izikosa, perhaps because here the banks of the river were very steep and difficult. Also, between them its waters ran swiftly, for this was above the drift. For a while we went on in safety. Then suddenly I heard a noise. A great man plunged past me, breaking through the bush like a buffalo, and came to a halt upon a rock which overhung the Tugela, for the floods had eaten away the soil beneath. "Umbalazi!" said Scowl, and as he spoke we saw another man following as a wild dog follows a buck. "Saduko!" said Scowl. I rode on. I could not help riding on, although I knew it would be safer to keep away. I reached the edge of that big rock. Saduko and Umbalazi were fighting there. In ordinary circumstances, strong and active as he was, Saduko would have had no chance against the most powerful Zulu living. But the prince was utterly exhausted. His sides were going like a blacksmith's bellows, or those of a fat eland bull that has been galloped to a standstill. Moreover, he seemed to me to be distraught with grief, and, lastly, he had no shield left, nothing but an assegai. A stab from Saduko's spear, which he partially parried, wounded him slightly on the head, and cut loose the fillet of his ostrich plume, that same plume which I had seen blown off in the morning, so that it fell to the ground. Another stab pierced his right arm, making it helpless. He snatched up the assegai with his left hand, striving to continue the fight, and just at that moment we came up. "What are you doing, Saduko?" I cried. "Does a dog bite its own master?" He turned and stared at me. Both of them stared at me. "Aye, Macumazahn," he answered in an icy voice. "Sometimes when it is starving, and that full-fed master has snatched away its bone. Nay, stand aside, Macumazahn." For although I was quite unarmed, I had stepped between them, "lest you should share the fate of this woman-thief." "Not I, Saduko," I cried, for this sight made me mad, "unless you murder me." Then Umbalazi spoke in a hollow voice, sobbing out his words. "I thank you, white man, yet do as this snake bids you, this snake that has lived in my kraal and fed out of my cup. Let him have his fill of vengeance because of the woman who bewitched me. Yes, because of the sorceress who has brought me and thousands to the dust. Have you heard, Macumazahn, of the great deed of this son of Matewane? Have you heard that all the while he was a traitor in the pay of Cetewayo, and that he went over, with the regiments of his command, to the Usutu just when the battle hung upon the turn? Come, traitor, here is my heart, the heart that loved and trusted you. Strike, strike hard." "Out of the way, Macumazahn," hissed Saduko, but I would not stir. He sprang at me, and although I put up the best fight that I could in my injured state, got his hands about my throat and began to choke me. Scowl ran to help me, but his wound, for he was hurt, or his utter exhaustion took effect on him, or perhaps it was excitement. At any rate, he fell down in a fit. I thought that all was over, when again I heard Umbalazi's voice and felt Saduko's grip loosen on my throat, and sat up. "Dog," said the prince, "where is your assegai?" And as he spoke he threw it from him into the river beneath, for he had picked it up while we struggled, but, as I noted, retained his own. "Now, dog, why do I not kill you, as would have been easy but now? I will tell you, because I will not mix the blood of a traitor with my own. See!" He set the haft of his broad spear upon the rock and bent forward over the blade. "You and your witch wife have brought me to nothing, O Saduko. My blood, and the blood of all who clung to me, is on your head. Your name shall stink forever in the nostrils of all true men, and I, whom you have betrayed, I, the Prince Umbalazi, will haunt you while you live. Yes, my spirit shall enter into you, and when you die, then we'll meet again. Tell this tale to the white men, Macumazahn, my friend, on whom be honor and blessings." He paused, and I saw the tears gush from his eyes, tears mingled with blood from the wound in his head. Then suddenly he uttered the battle cry of "Laba! Laba!" and let his weight fall upon the point of the spear. It pierced him through and through. He fell on to his hands and knees. He looked up at us. Oh, the piteousness of that look, and then rolled sideways from the edge of the rock. A heavy splash, and that was the end of Umbalazi the fallen, Umbalazi about whom Mameena had cast her net. A sad story, in truth. Although it happened so many years ago, I weep as I write it. I weep as Umbalazi wept. End of chapter 13. Recorded by Keith Salas. Chapter 14 of Child of Storm. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Child of Storm by H. Rider Haggard. Chapter 14. Umbezi and the Blood Royal. After this, I think that some of the Usutu came up, for it seemed to me that I heard Saduko say, "Touch not Macumazahn or his servant. They are my prisoners. He who harms them dies, with all his house." So they put me fainting on my horse, and Scowl they carried away upon a shield. When I came to, I found myself in a little cave, or rather beneath some overhanging rocks at the side of the kopje, and with me Scowl, who had recovered from his fit, but seemed in a very bewildered condition. Indeed, neither then nor afterwards did he remember anything of the death of Umbalazi, nor did I ever tell him that tale. Like many others, he thought that the prince had been drowned in trying to swim the Tugela. "Are they going to kill us?" I asked of him, since from the triumphant shouting without I knew that we must be in the midst of the victorious Usutu. "I don't know, boss," he answered. "I hope not. After we have gone through so much, it would be a pity. Better to have died at the beginning of the battle." I nodded my head in assent, and just at that moment a Zulu, who had very evidently been fighting, entered the place carrying a dish of toasted lumps of beef and a gourd of water. "Cetewayo sends you these, Macumazahn," he said, "and is sorry that there is no milk or beer. When you have eaten, a guard waits without to escort you to him." And he went. "Well," I said to Scowl, "if they are going to kill us, they would scarcely take the trouble to feed us first. So let us keep our hearts and eat." "Who knows?" answered poor Scowl, as he crammed a lump of beef into his big mouth. "Still, it is better to die on a full than on an empty stomach." So we ate and drank, and as we were suffering more from exhaustion than from our hurts, which were not really serious, our strength came back to us. As we finished the last lump of meat, which, although it had been only half cooked upon the point of an assegai, tasted very good, the Zulu put his head into the mouth of the shelter and asked if we were ready. I nodded, and supporting each other, Scowl and I limped from the place. Outside were about 50 soldiers, who greeted us with a shout that, although it was mixed with laughter at our pitiable appearance, struck me as not altogether unfriendly. Amongst these men was my horse, which stood with its head hanging down, looking very depressed. I was helped onto its back, and Scowl clinging to the stirrup leather, we were led a distance of about 1/4 of a mile to Cetewayo. We found him seated in the full blaze of the evening sun on the eastern slope of one of the land waves of the veld, with the open plain in front of him. It was a strange and savage scene. There sat the victorious prince, surrounded by the captain and indunas, while before him rushed the triumphant regiments, shouting its titles in the most extravagant language. Izimbongi also, that is, professional praisers, were running up and down before him dressed in all sorts of finery, telling his deeds, calling him eater up of the earth, and yelling out the names of those great ones who had been killed in the battle. Meanwhile, parties of bearers were coming up continually, carrying dead men of distinction upon shields and laying them out in rows, as game is laid out at the end of a day's shooting in England. It seems that Cetewayo had taken a fancy to see them, and, being too tired to walk over the field of battle, ordered that this should be done. Among these, by the way, I saw the body of my old friend Maputa, the general of the Amawambe, and noted that it was literally riddled with spear thrusts, every one of them in front, also that his quaint face still wore a smile. At the head of these lines of corpses were laid 6 dead, all men of large size, in whom I recognized the brothers of Umbalazi, who had fought on his side, and the half-brothers of Cetewayo. Among them were those 3 princes upon whom the dust had fallen when Zikali, the prophet, smelt out Masapo, the husband of Mameena. Dismounting from my horse, with the help of Scowl, I limped through and over the corpses of these fallen royalties, cut in the Zulu fashion to free their spirits, which otherwise, as they believed, would haunt the slayers, and stood in front of Cetewayo. "Siya kubona, Macumazahn," he said, stretching out his hand to me, which I took, though I could not find it in my heart to wish him good day. "I hear that you are leading the Amawambe, whom my father the king sent down to help Umbalazi. I am very glad that you have escaped alive. Also, my heart is proud of the fight that they made, for you know, Macumazahn, once, next to the king, I was general of that regiment, although afterwards we quarreled. Still, I am pleased that they did so well, and I have given orders that every one of them who remains alive is to be spared, that they may be officers of the new Amawambe, which I shall raise. Do you know, Macumazahn, that you have nearly wiped out 3 whole regiments of the Usutu, killing many more people than did all my brother's army, the Izikosa? Oh, you are a great man. Had it not been for the loyalty—" this word was spoken with just a tinge of sarcasm— "of Saduko yonder, you would have won the day for Umbalazi. Well, now that this quarrel is finished, if you will stay with me, I will make you general of a whole division of the king's army, since henceforth I shall have a voice in affairs." "You are mistaken, O son of Panda," I answered. "The splendor of the Amawambe's great stand against the multitude is on the name of Maputa, the king's counselor and the Induna of the Black One, Chaka, who is gone. He lies yonder in his glory," and I pointed to Maputa's pierced body. "But I did but fight as a soldier in his ranks." "Oh, yes, we know that. We know all that, Macumazahn, and Maputa was a clever monkey in this way, but we know also that you taught him how to jump." "Well, he is dead, and nearly all the Amawambe are dead, and of my 3 regiments but a handful is left. The vultures have the rest of them. That is all finished and forgotten, Macumazahn, though by good fortune the spears went wide of you, who doubtless are a magician, since otherwise you and your servant and your horse would not have escaped with a few scratches when everyone else was killed. But you did escape, as you have done before in Zululand. And now you see here lie certain men who were born of my father. Yes, one is missing. He against whom I fought, aye, and he whom, although we fought, I love the best of all of them. Now, it has been whispered in my ear that you alone know what became of him, and, Macumazahn, I would learn whether he lives or is dead. Also, if he is dead, by whose hand he died, who would reward that hand." Now I looked round me, wondering whether I should tell the truth or hold my tongue. And as I looked, my eyes met those of Saduko, who, cold and unconcerned, was seated among the captains, but a little distance away from them, a man apart, and I remembered that he and I alone knew the truth of the end of Umbalazi. Why, I do not know, but it came into my mind that I would keep the secret. Why should I tell the triumphant Cetewayo that Umbalazi had been driven to die by his own hand? Why should I lay bare Saduko's victory in shame? All these matters had passed into the court of a different tribunal. Who was I that I should reveal them or judge the actors of this terrible drama? "Oh, Cetewayo," I said, "as it chanced I saw the end of Umbalazi. No enemy killed him. He died of a broken heart upon a rock above the river, and for the rest of the story go ask the Tugela into which he fell." For a moment Cetewayo hid his eyes with his hand. "Is it so?" he said presently. "Wow! I say again that had it not been for Saduko, the son of Matawane yonder, who had some quarrel with Indulovu and Isiluwante about a woman and took his chance of vengeance, it might have been I who died of a broken heart upon a rock above the river. Oh, Saduko, I owe you a great debt and will pay you well, but you shall be no friend of mine, lest we also should chance to quarrel about a woman, and I should find myself dying of a broken heart on a rock above a river. Oh, my brother Umbalazi, I mourn for you, my brother, for, after all, we played together when we were little and loved each other once, who in the end fought for a toy that is called a throne, since, as our father said, two bulls cannot live in the same yard, my brother. Well, you are gone, and I remain. Yet who knows but that at the last your lot may be happier than mine? You died of a broken heart, Umbalazi, but of what shall I die, I wonder?" Footnote: That history of Cetewayo's fall and tragic death and of Zikali's vengeance I hope to write one day, for in these events also I was destined to play a part. A.Q. End footnote. I have given this interview in detail, since it was because of that the saying went abroad that Umbalazi died of a broken heart. So in truth he did, for before his spear pierced it, his heart was broken. Now, seeing that Cetewayo was in one of his soft moods, and that he seemed to look upon me kindly, though I had fought against him, I reflected that this would be a good opportunity to ask his leave to depart. To tell the truth, my nerves were quite shattered with all I had gone through, and I longed to be away from the sights and sounds of that terrible battlefield, on and about which so many thousand people had perished this fateful day, as I had seldom longed for anything before. But while I was making up my mind as to the best way to approach him, something happened which caused me to lose my chance. Hearing a noise behind me, I looked around to see a stout man arrayed in a very fine war dress, and waving in one hand a gory spear, and in the other a head plume of ostrich feathers, who was shouting out, "Give me audience of the son of the king. I have a song to sing to the prince. I have a tale to tell to the conqueror Cetewayo." I stared. I rubbed my eyes. It could not be. Yes, it was Umbezi, eater-up of elephants, the father of Mameena. In a few seconds, without waiting for leave to approach, he had bounded through the line of dead princes, stopping to kick one of them in the head and address his poor clay in some words of shameful insult, and was prancing about before Cetewayo, shouting his praises. "Who is this Imfokazana?" that is, low fellow, growled the prince. "Bid him cease his noise and speak, lest he should be silent forever." "Oh, calf of the black cow, I am Umbezi, eater-up of elephants, chief captain of Saduko the cunning, he who won you the battle, father of Mameena the beautiful, whom Saduko wed and whom the dead dog Umbalazi stole away from him." "Ah," said Cetewayo, screwing up his eyes in a fashion he had when he meant mischief, which among the Zulus caused him to be named Bull who shuts his eyes to toss. "And what have you to tell me, eater up of elephants, and father of Mameena, whom the dead dog Umbalazi took away from your master Saduko the Cunning?"
"This, O mighty one, this, O shaker of the earth, that well I am named eater up of elephants, who have eaten up Ndlovu and Isilawante, the elephant himself."
Now Saduko seemed to awake from his brooding, and started from his place, but Cetewayo sharply bade him be silent, whereon Umbezi the fool, noting nothing, continued his tale.
"O prince, I met Umbalazi in battle, and when he saw me he fled from me. Yes, his heart grew soft as water at the sight of me, the warrior whom he had wronged, whose daughter he had stolen."
"I hear you," said Cetewayo. "Umbalazi's heart turned to water at the sight of you, because he had wronged you. You who until this morning, when you deserted him with Saduko, were one of his jackals. Well, and what happened then?"
"He fled, O lion with the black mane. He fled like the wind, and I flew after him like a stronger wind. Far into the bush he fled, till at length he came to a rock above the river and was obliged to stand. Then there we fought. He thrust at me, but I leapt over his spear thus," and he gambolled into the air. "He thrust at me again, but I bent myself thus," and he ducked his great head. "Then he grew tired, and my time came. He turned and ran round the rock, and I ran after him, stabbing him through the back, thus and thus and thus, until he fell, crying for mercy, and rolled off the rock into the river. And as he rolled, I snatched away his plume. See, is it not the plume of the dead dog Umbalazi?"
Cetewayo took the ornament and examined it, showing it to one or two of the captains near him, who nodded their heads gravely. "Yes," he said, "this is the war plume of Umbalazi, beloved of the king, strong and shining pillar of the great horse. We knew it well, that war plume at the sight of which many a knee has loosened. And so you killed him, eater up of elephants, father of Mameena, you who this morning were one of the meanest of his jackals. Now, what reward shall I give you for this mighty deed, O Umbezi?"
"A great reward, O terrible one," began Umbezi, but in an awful voice Cetewayo bade him be silent.
"Yes," he said, "a great reward. Hearken, jackal and traitor, your own words bear witness against you. You have dared to lift your hand against the blood royal, and with your foul tongue to heap lies and insults upon the name of the mighty dead."
Now, understanding at last, Umbezi began to babble excuses, yes, and to declare that all his tale was false. His fat cheeks fell in, and he sank to his knees. But Cetewayo only spat towards the man after this fashion when enraged, and looked round him till his eye fell upon Saduko.
"Saduko," he said, "take away the slayer of the prince, who boasts that he is red with my own blood, and when he is dead cast him into the river from that rock on which he says he stabbed Panda's son."
Saduko looked round him wildly and hesitated.
"Take him away," thundered Cetewayo, "and return ere dark to make report to me."
Then at a sign from the prince, soldiers flung themselves upon the miserable Umbezi and dragged him thence, Saduko going with them. Nor was the poor liar ever seen again. As he passed by me, he called to me, for Mameena's sake, to save him,
but I could only shake my head and bethink me of the warning I had once given him as to the fate of traitors. It may be said that the story comes straight from the history of Saul and David, but I can only answer that it happened. Circumstances that were not unlike ended in a similar tragedy. That is all. What David's exact motives were, naturally, I cannot tell, but it is easy to guess those of Cetewayo, who, although he could make war upon his brother to secure the throne, did not think it wise to let it go abroad that the royal blood might be lightly spilt. Also, knowing that I was a witness of the prince's death, he was well aware that Umbezi was but a boastful liar who hoped thus to ingratiate himself with an all-powerful conqueror. Well, this tragic incident had its sequel. It seems, to his honor be it said, that Saduko refused to be the executioner of his father-in-law, Umbezi. So those with him performed this office and brought him back a prisoner to Cetewayo. When the prince learned that his direct order, spoken in the accustomed and fearful formula of "take him away," had been disobeyed, his rage was, or seemed to be, great. My own conviction is that he was only seeking a cause to quarrel against Saduko, who he thought was a very powerful man, who would probably treat him, should opportunity arise, as he had treated Umbalazi. And perhaps now that the most of Panda's sons were dead, except himself and the lads of Matonga, Sikota, and Mikungo, who had fled into Natal, might even in future days aspire to the throne as the husband of the king's daughter. Still, he was afraid, or did not think it polite at once to put out of his path this master of many legions, who had played so important a part in the battle. Therefore he ordered him to be kept under guard and taken back to Notwengu, that the whole matter might be investigated by Panda the king, who still ruled the land, though henceforth only in name. Also he refused to allow me to depart into Natal, saying that I too must come to Notwengu, as there my testimony might be needed. So, having no choice, I went, it being fated that I should see the end of the drama. End of Chapter 14. Recorded by Keith Salas. Chapter 15 of Child of Storm. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Child of Storm by H. Rider Haggard. Chapter 15. Mameena Claims the Kiss. Part 1. When I reached Notwengu, I was taken ill and laid up in my wagon for about a fortnight. What my exact sickness was, I do not know, for I had no doctor at hand to tell me, as even the missionaries had fled the country. Fever resulting from fatigue, exposure, and excitement, and complicated with fearful headache, caused, I presume, by the blow which I received in the battle, were its principal symptoms. When I began to get better, Scowl and some Zulu friends who came to see me informed me that the whole land was in a fearful state of disorder, and that Umbalazi's adherents, the Izikosa, were still being hunted out and killed. It seems that it was even suggested by some of the Usutu that I should share their fate. But on this point Panda was firm. Indeed, he appears to have said publicly that whoever lifted a spear against me, his friend and guest, lifted it against him, and would be the cause of a new war. So the Usutu left me alone, perhaps because they were satisfied with fighting for a while, and thought it wisest to be content with what they had won. Indeed, they had won everything, for Cetewayo was now supreme, by right of the Asage, and his father but a cipher. Although he remained the head of the nation, Cetewayo was publicly declared to be his feet, and strength was in these active feet, not in the bowed and sleeping head. In fact, So little power was left to Panda that he could not protect his own household. Thus one day I heard a great tumult and shouting proceeding apparently from the Izigolo, or royal enclosure, and on inquiring what it was afterwards, was told that Cetewayo had come from the Amangwe kraal and denounced Nomanshly, the king's wife, as Takati, or a witch. More in spite of his father's prayers and tears, he had caused her to be put to death before his eyes, a dreadful and savage deed. At this distance of time I cannot remember whether Nomanshly was the mother of Umbalazi or one of the other fallen princes. Footnote: on rereading this history, it comes back to me that she was the mother of Matonga, who was much younger than Umbalazi. End footnote. A few days later, when I was up and about again, although I had not ventured into the kraal, Panda sent a message to me with a present of an ox. On his behalf, the man congratulated me on my recovery, and told me that, whatever might have happened to others, I was to have no fear for my own safety. He added that Cetewayo had sworn to the king that not a hair of my head should be harmed, in these words: "Had I wished to kill Water by night because he fought against me, I could have done so at Ndondakusuka. But then I ought to kill you also, my father, since you sent him thither against his will with your own regiment. But I like him well, who is brave, and who brought me good tidings that the prince, my enemy, was dead of a broken heart. Moreover, I wish to have no quarrel with the White House," the English, "on account of Macumazahn, so tell him that he may sleep in peace." The messenger said further that Saduko, the husband of the king's daughter, Nandi, and Umbalazi's chief Induna, was to be put upon his trial on the morrow before the king and his council, together with Mameena, daughter of Umbezi, and that my presence was desired at this trial. I asked what was the charge against them. He replied that so far as Saduko was concerned there were two. First, that he had stirred up civil war in the land, and secondly, that having pushed on Umbalazi into a fight in which many thousands perished, he had played the traitor, deserting him in the midst of the battle with all his following, a very heinous offense in the eyes of the Zulus, to whatever party they may belong. Against Mameena there were 3 counts of indictment. First, that it was she who had poisoned Saduko's child and others, not Masapo, her first husband, who had suffered for that crime. Secondly, that she had deserted Saduko, her second husband, and gone to live with another man, namely the late Prince Umbalazi. Thirdly, that she was a witch, who had enmeshed Umbalazi in the web of her sorceries, and thereby caused him to aspire to the succession to the throne, to which he had no right, and made the Isililo, or cry of mourning for the dead, to be heard in every kraal in Zululand. With 3 such pitfalls in her narrow path, Mameena will have to walk carefully if she would escape them all, I said. Yes, Nkuzi, especially as the pitfalls are dug from side to side of the path and have a pointed stake at the bottom of each of them. Oh, Mameena is already as good as dead, as she deserves to be, who without doubt is the greatest Umtakati north of the Tugela. I sighed, for somehow I was sorry for Mameena, though why she should escape when so many better people had perished because of her I did not know. And the messenger went on. The Black One, that is Panda, sent me to tell Saduko that he would be allowed to see you, Macumazahn, before the trial if he wished, for he knew that you had been a friend of his, and thought that you might be able to give evidence in his favor. And what did Saduko say to that? I asked. He said that he thanked the king, but that it was not needful for him to talk with Macumazahn, whose heart was white like his skin, and whose lips, if they spoke at all, would tell neither more nor less than the truth.
the Princess Nandi who is with him, for she will not leave him in his trouble, as all others have done, on hearing these words of Saduko's, said that they were true, and that for this reason, although you were her friend, she did not hold it necessary to see you either." Upon this intimation I made no comment, for my head thought, as the natives say, that Saduko's real reason for not wishing to see me was that he felt ashamed to do so, and Nandi's that she feared to learn more about her husband's perfidies than she knew already. "With Mameena it is otherwise," went on the messenger, "for as soon as she was brought here with Zikali, the little and wise, with whom it seems she has been sheltering, and learned that you, Macumazahn, were at the kraal, she asked leave to see you." "And is it granted?" I spoke hurriedly, for I did not at all wish for a private interview with Mameena. "Nay, have no fear, Nkusi," replied the messenger with a smile. "It is refused, because the king said that if once she saw you, she would bewitch you and bring trouble on you, as she does on all men. It is for this reason that she is guarded by women only, no man being allowed to go near to her. For on women her witcheries will not bite. Still they say that she is merry and laughs and sings a great deal, declaring that her life has been dull up at old Zikali's, and that now she is going to a place as gay as the veld in spring after the first warm rain, where there will be plenty of men to quarrel for her and make her great and happy. That is what she says, the witch who knows perhaps what the place of spirits is like." Then, as I made no remarks or suggestions, the messenger departed, saying that he would return on the morrow and lead me to the place of trial. Next morning, after the cows had been milked and the cattle loosed from their kraals, he came accordingly with a guard of about 30 men, all of them soldiers who had survived the great fight of the Amawombe. These warriors, some of whom had wounds that were scarcely healed, saluted me with loud cries of "Nkusi" and "Baba" as I stepped out of the wagon where I had spent a wretched night of unpleasant anticipation, showing me that there were at least some Zulus with whom I remained popular. Indeed, their delight at seeing me, whom they looked upon as a comrade and one of the few survivors of the great adventure, was quite touching. As we went, which we did slowly, their captain told me of their fears that I had been killed with the others, and how rejoiced they were when they learned that I was safe. He told me also that after the 3rd Regiment had attacked them and broken up their ring, a small body of them, from 80 to 100 only, managed to cut a way through and escape, running not towards the Tugela, where so many thousands had perished, but up to Nodwengu, where they reported themselves to Panda as the only survivors of the Amawombe. "And you are safe now?" I asked of the captain. "Oh, yes," he answered. "You see, we were the king's men, but not Umbalazi's, so Cetewayo bears us no grudge. Indeed, he is obliged to us because we gave the Usutu their stomachs full of good fighting, which is more than did those cows of Umbalazi's. It is towards Saduko that he bears a grudge, for, you know, my father, one should never pull a drowning man out of the stream, which is what Saduko did, for had it not been for his treachery, Cetewayo would have sunk beneath the water of death, especially if it is only to spite a woman who hates him. Still, perhaps Saduko will escape with his life, because he is Nandi's husband, and Cetewayo fears Nandi, his sister, if he does not love her. But here we are, and those who have to watch the sky all day will be able to tell of the evening weather. In other words, those who live will learn." As he spoke, we passed into the private enclosure of the Isigolo, outside of which a great many people were gathered, shouting, talking, and quarreling, for in those days all the usual discipline of the great place was relaxed,
Within the fence, however, that was strongly guarded on its exterior side, were only about a score of counselors. The king, the Prince Cetewayo, who sat upon his right, the Princess Nandi, Sudoku's wife, a few attendants, two great silent fellows armed with clubs, whom I guessed to be executioners, and seated in the shade in a corner, that ancient dwarf Zikali, though how he came to be there I did not know. Obviously the trial was to be quite a private affair, which accounted for the unusual presence of the two slayers. Even my Anawambe guard was left outside the gate, although I was significantly informed that if I chose to call upon them they would hear me, which was another way of saying that in such a small gathering I was absolutely safe. Walking forward boldly towards Panda, who, though he was as fat as ever, looked very worn and much older than I had last seen him, I made my bow, whereon he took my hand and asked after my health. Then I shook Cetewayo's hand also, as I saw that he was stretched out to me. He seized the opportunity to remark that he was told that I had suffered a knock on the head in some scrimmage down by the Tugela, and he hoped that I felt no ill effects. I answered, no, though I feared that there were a few others who had not been so fortunate, especially those who had stumbled against the Amawambe regiment, with whom I chanced to be traveling upon a peaceful mission of inquiry. It was a bold speech to make, but I was determined to give him a quid pro quo, and, as a matter of fact, he took it in very good part, laughing heartily at the joke. After this I saluted such of the counsellors present as I knew, which were not many, for most of my old friends were dead, and sat down upon the stool that was placed for me not very far from the dwarf Zikali, who stared at me in a stony fashion as though he had never seen me before. There followed a pause. Then, at some sign from Panda, a side gate in the fence was opened, and through it appeared Sudoku, who walked proudly to the space in front of the king, to whom he gave the salute Bayete, and at a sign sat himself down upon the ground. Next, through the same gate, to which she was conducted by some women, came Mameena, quite unchanged, and I think more beautiful than she had ever been. So lovely did she look indeed in her cloak of grey fur, her necklet of blue beads, and the gleaming rings of copper which she wore upon her wrists and ankles, that every eye was fixed upon her as she glided gracefully forward to make her obeisance to Panda. This done, she turned and saw Nandi, to whom she also bowed, as she did so inquiring after the health of her child. Without waiting for an answer, which she knew would not be vouchsafed, she advanced to me and grabbed my hand, which she pressed warmly, saying how glad she was to see me safe after going through so many dangers, though she thought I looked even thinner than I used to be. Only of Sudoku, who was watching her with his intent and melancholy eyes, she took no heed whatsoever. Indeed, for a while I thought that she could not have seen him, nor did she appear to recognize Cetewayo, although he stared at her hard enough. But as her glance fell upon the two executioners, I thought I saw her shudder like a shaken reed. Then she sat down in the place appointed to her, and the trial began. The case of Sudoku was taken first. An officer learned in Zulu law, which I can assure the reader is a very intricate and well-established law, I suppose that he might be called a kind of attorney general, rose and stated the case against the prisoner. He told how Sudoku, from a nobody, had been lifted to a great place by the king and given his daughter, the Princess Nandi, in marriage. Then he alleged that, as would be proved in evidence, that the said Sudoku had urged on Umbalazi the prince, to whose party he had attached himself, to make war upon Cetewayo. This war having begun at the great battle of Ndondagusuka, he treacherously deserted Umbalazi, together with 3 regiments under his command, and gone over to Cetewayo, thereby bringing Umbalazi to defeat and death. His brief statement of the case for the prosecution being finished, Panda asked Saduko whether he pleaded guilty or not guilty.
"Guilty, O king,"
he answered, and was silent. Then Panda asked him if he had anything to say in excuse of his conduct.
"Nothing, O king, except that I was Umbalazi's man, and when you, O king, had given the word that he and the prince yonder might fight, I, like many others, some of whom are dead and some alive, worked for him with all my 10 fingers that he might have the victory." "Then why did you desert my son, the prince, in the battle?" asked Panda. "Because I saw that the Prince Cetewayo was the stronger bull and wished to be on the winning side, as all men do, for no other reason," answered Saduko calmly.
Now everyone present stared, not excepting Cetewayo. Panda, who like the rest of us had heard a very different tale, looked extremely puzzled, while Zikali in the corner set up one of his great laughs. After a long pause, at length the king, a supreme judge, began to pass sentence. At least, I suppose, that was his intention. But before 3 words had left his lips, Nandi rose and said, "My father, ere you speak that which cannot be unspoken, hear me. It is well known that Saduko, my husband, was my brother Umbalazi's general and counselor, and if he is to be killed for clinging to the prince, then I should be killed also, and countless others in Zululand, who still remain alive because they were not in or escaped the battle. It is well known also, my father, that during the battle Saduko went over to my brother Cetewayo, though whether this brought about the defeat of Umbalazi I cannot say. Why did he go over? He tells you because he wished to be on the winning side. It is not true. He went over in order to be revenged upon Umbalazi, who had taken from him yonder witch," and she pointed with her finger at Mameena. "Yonder witch, whom he loved and still loves, and whom even now he would shield, even though to do so he must make his own name shameful. Saduko sinned, I do not deny it, my father, but there sits the real traitress, red with the blood of Umbalazi and with that of thousands of others who have socialed, gone down to keep him company among the ghosts. Therefore, O king, I beseech you, spare the life of Saduko, my husband, or, if he must die, learn that I, your daughter, will die with him. I have spoken, O king." And very proudly and quietly she sat herself down again, waiting for the fateful words. But those words were not spoken, since Panda only said, "Let us try the case of this woman, Mameena." Thereon the law officer rose again and set out the charges against Mameena, namely, that it was she who had poisoned Saduko's child, and not Masapo. That after marrying Saduko she had deserted him and gone to live with the Prince Umbalazi, and that finally she had bewitched the said Umbalazi and caused him to make civil war in the land. The second charge, if proved, namely, that this woman deserted her husband for another man, is a crime of death, broke in Panda abruptly as the officer finished speaking. Therefore, what need is there to hear the first and the third until that is examined? What do you plead to that charge, woman? Now, understanding that the king did not wish to stir up these other matters of murder and witchcraft for some reason of his own, we all turned to hear Mameena's answer. "O king," she said in her low, silvery voice, "I cannot deny that I left Saduko for Umbalazi the handsome, any more than Saduko can deny that he left Umbalazi the beaten for Cetewayo the conqueror." "Why did you leave Saduko?" asked Panda. "O king, perhaps because I loved Umbalazi. For was he not called the handsome?
Also you know that the prince, your son, was one to be loved." Here she paused, looking at poor Panda, who winced. "Or perhaps because I wished to be great, for was he not of the blood royal? And had it not been for Saduko, would he not one day have been a king? Or perhaps because I could no longer bear the treatment that the Princess Nandi dealt out to me, she who was cruel to me and threatened to beat me because Saduko loved my hut better than her own. Ask Saduko, he knows more of these matters than I do." And she gazed at him steadily. Then she went on, "How can a woman tell her reasons, O king, when she never knows them herself?" A question at which some of her hearers smiled. Now Saduko rose and said slowly, "Hear me, O king, and I will give the reason that Mameena hides. She left me for Umbalazi because I bade her to do so, for I knew that Umbalazi desired her, and I wished to tie the cord together which bound me to one who at that time I thought would inherit the throne. Also, I was weary of Mameena, who quarrelled night and day with the Princess Nandi, my Inkozikazi." Now Nandi gasped in astonishment, and so did I, but Mameena laughed and said, Yes, O king, those were the two real reasons that I had forgotten. I left Saduko because he bade me. He wished to make a present to the prince. Also, he was tired of me. For many days at a time he would scarcely speak to me, because, however kind she might be, I could not help quarrelling with the Princess Nandi. Moreover, there was another reason which I have forgotten. I had no child, and not having any child, I did not think it mattered whether I went or stayed. If Saduko searches, he will remember that I told him so, and that he agreed with me." Again she looked at Saduko, who said hurriedly, Yes, I told her so. I told her that I wished for no barren cows in my kraal." Now some of the audience laughed outright, but Panda frowned. "It seems," he said, "that my ears are being stuffed with lies, though which of these two tells them I cannot say. Well, if the woman left the man by his own wish, and that his ends might be furthered, as he says, he had put her away, and therefore the fault, if any, is his, not hers. So that charge is ended. Now, woman, what have you to tell us of the witchcraft which is said that you practiced upon the prince who is gone, thereby causing him to make war in the land?" "Little that you would wish to hear, O king, or that it would be seemly for me to speak," she answered, drooping her head modestly. "The only witchcraft that I ever practiced upon Umbalazi lies here," and she touched her beautiful eyes, "and here," and she touched her curving lips, "and in this poor shape of mine, which some have thought so fair. As for a war, what had I to do with war, who never spoke to Umbalazi, who was so dear to me?" And she looked up with tears running down her face. "Save of love. O king, is there a man among you who would fear the witcheries of such a one as I? And because of the heavens made me beautiful with the beauty that men must follow, am I also to be killed as a sorceress?" Now to this argument neither Panda nor anyone else seemed to find an answer, especially as it was well known that Umbalazi had cherished his ambition to the succession long before he met Mameena. So that charge was dropped, and the first and the greatest of the three proceeded with, namely, that it was she, Mameena, and not her husband Masapo, who had murdered Nandi's child.
When this accusation was made against her, for the first time I saw a little shade of trouble flit across Mameena's soft eyes. "Surely, O king," she said, "that matter was settled long ago, when the Nwande Zikali, the great Nyanga, smelt out Masapo the wizard, he who was my husband, and brought him to his death for this crime. Must I then be tried for it again?" "Not so, woman," answered Panda. "All that Zikali smelt out was the poison that wrought the crime, and as some of that poison was found upon Masapo, he was killed as a wizard. Yet it may be that it was not he who used the poison." "Then surely the king should have thought of that before he died," murmured Mameena. "But I forget. It is known that Masapo was always hostile to the house of Senzangagona." To this remark Panda made no answer, perhaps because it was unanswerable. Even in a land where it was customary to kill the supposed wizard first and inquire as to his actual guilt afterwards, or not at all. Or perhaps he thought it polite to ignore the suggestion that he had been inspired by personal enmity. Only he looked at his daughter Nandi, who rose and said, "Have I leave to call a witness on this matter of the poison, my father?" Panda nodded, whereon Nandi said to one of the councillors, "Be pleased to summon my woman Nahana, who waits without." The man went, and presently returned with an elderly female who, it appeared, had been Nandi's nurse, and, never having married owing to some physical defect, had always remained in her service, a person well known and much respected in her humble walk of life. "Nahana," said Nandi, "you are brought here that you may repeat to the king and his council a tale which you told to me as to the coming of a certain woman into my hut before the death of my firstborn son, and what she did there. Say first, is this woman present here?" "Aye, in Nkosazana," answered Nahana. "Yonder she sits. Who could mistake her?" And she pointed to Mameena, who was listening to every word intently as a dog listens at the mouth of an ant-bear hole when the beast is stirring beneath. "Then what of the woman and her deeds?" asked Panda. "Only this, O king. 2 nights before the child that is dead was taken ill, I saw Mameena creep into the hut of the Lady Nandi. I, who was asleep alone in a corner of the big hut out of reach of the light of the fire. At the time the Lady Nandi was away from the hut with her son. Knowing the woman for Mameena, the wife of Masapo, who was on friendly terms with the Nkosazana, whom I supposed she had come to visit, I did not declare myself, nor did I take any particular note when I saw her sprinkle a little mat upon which the babe, Saduko's son, was wont to be laid, with some medicine, because I had heard her promise to the Nkosazana a powder which she said would drive away insects. Only, when I saw her throw some of this powder into the vessel of warm water that stood by the fire to be used for the washing of the child, and place something muttering certain words that I could not catch in the straw of the doorway, I thought it strange, and was about to question her when she left the hut. As it happened, O king, but a little while afterwards, before one could count 10 tens indeed, a messenger came to the hut to tell me that my old mother lay dying at her kraal 4 days' journey from Nodwengu, and prayed to see me before she died. Then I forgot all about Mameena and the powder, and running out to seek the Princess Nandi, I craved her leave to go with the messenger to my mother's kraal, which she granted to me, saying that I need not return until my mother was buried. So I went, but oh, my mother took long to die. Whole moons passed before I shut her eyes,
and all this while she would not let me go, nor indeed did I wish to leave her whom I loved. At length it was over, and then came the days of mourning, and after those some more days of rest, and after them again the days of the division of the cattle, so that in the end 6 moons or more had gone by before I returned to the service of the Princess Nandi, and found that Mameena was now the 2nd wife of the Lord Saduko. Also I found that the child of the Lady Nandi was dead, and that Masapo, the first husband of Mameena, had been smelt out and killed as a murderer of the child. But as all these things were over and done with, and as Mameena was very kind to me, giving me gifts and sparing me tasks, and as I saw that Satuko, my lord, loved her much, it never came into my head to say anything of the matter of the powder that I saw her sprinkle on the mat.
End of chapter 15, part 1. Recording by Keith Salas. Chapter 15 of Child of Storm. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Child of Storm by H. Rider Haggard. Chapter 15. Mameena Claims the Kiss. Part 2.
After she had run away with the prince who was dead, however, I did tell the Lady Nandi. Moreover, the Lady Nandi in my presence searched the straw of the doorway of the hut, and found there, wrapped in soft hide, certain medicines such as the Nyangas sell, wherewith those who consult them can bewitch their enemies, or cause those whom they desire to love them or to hate their wives or husbands. That is all I know of the story, O king.
"Do my ears hear a true tale, Nandi?" asked Panda. "Or is this woman a liar like others?"
"I think not, my father. See, here is the muti medicine, which Nahana and I found hid in the doorway of the hut, that I have kept unopened until this day."
And she laid on the ground a little leather bag, very neatly sewn with sinews, and fastened around its neck with a fibre string. Panda directed one of the councillors to open the bag, which the man did unwillingly enough, since evidently he feared its evil influence, pouring out its contents on to the back of a hide shield, which was then carried round so that we might all look at them. These, so far as I could see, consisted of some withered roots, a small piece of human thigh bone, such as might have come from the skeleton of an infant, that had a little stopper of wood in its orifice, and what I took to be the fang of a snake. Panda looked at them and shrank away, saying, "Come hither, Zikali the old, you who are skilled in magic, and tell us what is this medicine." Then Zikali rose from the corner where he had been sitting so silently, and waddled heavily across the open space to where the shield lay in front of the king. As he passed Mameena, she bent down over the dwarf and began to whisper to him swiftly, but he placed his hands upon his big head, covering up his ears, as I suppose that he might not hear her words.
"What have I to do with this matter, O king?"
he asked. "Much, it seems, O opener of roads," said Panda sternly, "seeing that you were the doctor who smelt out Masapo, and that it was in your kraal that yonder woman hid herself while her lover, the prince my son, who is dead, went down to battle, and that she was brought thence with you. Tell us now the nature of this muti, and being wise as you are, be careful to tell us truly, lest it should be said, O Zikali, that you are not a Nyanga only, but an Umtakati as well. For then," he added with meaning and choosing his words carefully, "perchance, O Zikali,
I might be tempted to make trial of whether or no it is true that you cannot be killed like other men, especially as I have heard of late that your heart is evil towards me and my house."
For a moment Zekali hesitated, I think to give his quick brain time to work, for he saw his great danger. Then he laughed in his dreadful fashion and said,
"Oh, the king thinks that the otter is in the trap."
And he glanced at the fence of the Izigolo and the fierce executioners who stood watching him sternly.
"Well, many times before has this otter seemed to be in a trap, yes, ere your father saw light, O son of Senzangakona, and after it also. Yet here he stands living. Make no trial, O king, of whether or no I be mortal, lest of death should come to such a one as I. He should take many others with him also. Have you not heard the saying that the opener of roads comes to the end of his road? There will be no more king of the Zulus. And when he began his road, there was no king of the Zulus, since the days of his manhood are the days of all the Zulu kings."
Thus he spoke, glaring at Panda and at Cetewayo, who shrank before his gaze.
"Remember," he went on, "that the black one who has gone down long ago, the wild beast who fathered the Zulu herd, threatened him whom he named the thing that should not have been born. Aye, and slew those whom he loved, and afterwards was slain by others, who also are gone down, and that you alone, O Panda, did not threaten him, and that you alone, O Panda, have not been slain. Now, if you would make trial of whether I die as other men die, bid your dogs fall on, for Zekali is ready."
And he folded his arms and waited. Indeed, all of us waited breathlessly, for we understood that the terrible dwarf was matching himself against Panda and Cetewayo and defying them both. Presently it became obvious that he had won the game, since Panda only said,
"Why should I slay one whom I have befriended in the past, and why do you speak such heavy words of death in my ears, O Zekali the Wise, which of late have heard so much of death?"
He sighed, adding,
"Be pleased now to tell us of this medicine, or if you will not, go, and I will send for other Nyangas." "Why should I not tell you when you ask me softly and without threats, O king? See," and Zekali took up some of the twisted roots, "these are the roots of a certain poisonous herb that blooms at night on the tops of mountains, and woe be to the ox that eats thereof. They have been boiled in gall and blood, and ill will befall the hut in which they are hidden by one who can speak the words of power. This is the bone of a babe that has never lived to cut its teeth. I think of a babe that was left to die alone in the bush because it was hated, or because none would father it. Such a bone has strength to work ill against other babies. Moreover, it is filled with a charm medicine. Look!"
And pulling out the plug of wood, he scattered some grey powder from the bone, then stopped it up again.
"This," he added, picking up the fang, "is the tooth of a deadly serpent that, after it has been doctored, is used by women to change the heart of a man from another to herself. I have spoken."
And he turned to go.
"Stay," said the king. "Who set these foul charms in the doorway of Saduko's hut?" "How can I tell, O king, unless I make preparation and cast the bones and smell out the evildoer? You have heard the story of the woman Nahana. Accept it or reject it as your heart tells you."
"If that story be true, O Zekali,
How comes it that you yourself smell out not Mameena, the wife of Masapo, but Masapo, her husband himself, and caused him to be slain because of the poisoning of the child of Nandi?" "You err, O king. I, Zikali, smelt out the house of Masapo. Then I smelt out the poison, searching for it first in the hair of Mameena, and finding it in the karos of Masapo. I never smelt out that it was Masapo who gave the poison. That was the judgment of you and your council, O king. Nay, I knew well that there was more in the matter, and had you paid me another fee and bade me to continue to use my wisdom, without doubt I should have found this magic stuff hidden in the hut, and mayhap have learned the name of the hider. But I was weary, who am very old, and what was it to me if you choose to kill Masapo or choose to let him go? Masapo, who being your secret enemy, was a man who deserved to die, if not for this matter, then for others." Now all the while I had been watching Mameena, who sat in the Zulu fashion, listening to the deadly evidence, a slight smile upon her face, and without attempting any interruption or comment. Only I saw that while Zikali was examining the medicine, her eyes were seeking the eyes of Saduko, who remained in his place, also silent, and, to all appearance, the least interested of anyone present. He tried to avoid her glance, turning his head uneasily, but at length her eyes caught his and held them. Then his heart began to beat quickly, his breast heaved, and on his face grew a look of dreamy content, even of happiness. From that moment forward till the end of the scene, Saduko never took his eyes off the strange woman, though I think that with the exception of the dwarf Zikali, who saw everything, and of myself, who am trained to observation, none noted this curious by-play of the drama. The king began to speak. "Mameena," he said, "you have heard. Have you aught to say? For if not, it would seem that you are a witch and a murderess, and one who must die." "Yea, a little word, O king," she answered quietly. "Nahana speaks truth. It is true that I entered the hut of Nandi and set the medicine there. I say it because by nature I am not one who hides the truth or would attempt to throw discredit even upon a humble serving woman." And she glanced at Nahana. "Then from between your own teeth it is finished," said Panda. "Not altogether, O king. I have said that I set the medicine in the hut. I have not said, and I will not say, how and why I set it there. That tale I call upon Saduko yonder to tell you, he who was my husband, that I left for Umbalazi, and who, being a man, must therefore hate me. By the words he says I will abide. If he declares that I am guilty, then I am guilty, and prepared to pay the price of guilt. But if he declares that I am innocent, then, O king and O prince Cetewayo, without fear I trust myself to your justice. Now speak, O Saduko, speak the whole truth, whatever it may be, if that is the king's will." "It is my will," said Panda. "And mine also," added Cetewayo, who I could see, like everyone else, was much interested in this matter. Saduko rose to his feet, the same Saduko that I had always known, and yet so changed. All the life and fire had gone from him. His pride in himself was no more. None could have known him for that ambitious, confident man in his day of power. The Zulus named the Self-Eater. He was a mere mask of the old Saduko, informed by some new, some alien spirit. With dull, lack-luster eyes fixed always upon the lovely eyes of Mameena, in slow and hesitating tones he began his tale. "It is true, O lion," he said, "that Mameena spread the poison upon my child's mat. It is true that she set the deadly charms in the doorway of Nandi's hut. These things she did, not knowing what she did, and it was I who instructed her to do them. This is the case. From the beginning I have always loved Mameena, as I have loved no other woman, and as no other woman was ever loved. But while I was away with Macumazahn, who sits yonder to destroy Bangu, chief of the Amakoba, he who had killed my father, Umbezi, the father of Mameena, he whom the prince Cetewayo gave to vultures the other day because he had lied as to the death of Umbalazi, he, I say, forced Mameena, against her will, to marry Masapo the boar, who afterwards was executed for wizardry. Now, here at your feast, when you reviewed the people of the Zulus, O king, after you had given me the lady Nandi his wife, Mameena and I met again and loved each other more than we had ever done before. But, being an upright woman, Mameena thrust me away from her, saying, I have a husband who, if he is not dear to me, still is my husband, and while he lives, to him I will be true. Then, O king, I took counsel with the evil in my heart, and made a plot in myself to be rid of the boar Masapo, so that when he was dead I might marry Mameena. This was the plot that I made, that my son and Princess Nandi's should be poisoned, and that Masapo should seem to poison him, so that he might be killed as a wizard and I marry Mameena. Now at this astounding statement, which was something beyond the experience of the most cunning and cruel savage present there, a gasp of astonishment went up from the audience. Even old Zikali lifted his head and stared. Nandi, too, shaken out of her usual calm, rose as though to speak, then, looking first at Saduko and next to Mameena, sat herself down again and waited. But Saduko went on again in the same cold, measured voice. I gave Mameena a powder which I had bought for 2 heifers from a great doctor who lived beyond the Tugela, but who now is dead, which powder I told her was desired by Nandi, my Inkosikazi, to destroy the little beetles that ran about the hut, and directed her where she was to spread it. Also, I gave her the bag of medicine, telling her to thrust it into the doorway of the hut, that it might bring a blessing upon my house. These things she did ignorantly to please me, not knowing that the powder was poison, not knowing that the medicine was bewitched. So my child died, as I wished it to die, and indeed I myself fell sick because by accident I touched the powder. Afterwards Masapo was smelt out as a wizard by old Zikali, I having caused a bag of the poison to be sown in his kaross in order to deceive Zikali, and killed by your order, O king, and Mameena was given to me as a wife, also by your order, O king, which was what I desired. Later on, as I have told you, I wearied of her, and wishing to please the prince who has wandered away, I commanded her to yield herself to him, which Mameena did out of her love for me and to advance my fortunes, she who is blameless in all things. Saduko finished speaking and sat down again, as an automaton might do when a wire is pulled, his lack-lustre eyes still fixed upon Mameena's face. "You have heard, O king," said Mameena. "Now pass judgment, knowing that, if it be your will, I am ready to die for Saduko's sake." Mapanda sprang up in a rage. "Take him away," he said, pointing to Saduko. "Take away that dog who is not fit to live, a dog who eats his own child, and thereby he may cause another to be slain unjustly and steal his wife." The executioners leapt forward, and having something to say, for I could bear this business no longer, I began to rise to my feet. Before I gained them, however, Zikali was speaking. "O king," he said, It seems that you have killed one man unjustly in this matter, namely Masapo. Would you do the same by another?" He pointed to Saduko.
"What do you mean?" asked Panda angrily. "Have you not heard this low fellow, whom I made great, giving him the rule over tribes and my daughter in marriage, confess with his own lips that he murdered his child, the child of my blood, in order that he might eat a fruit which grew by the roadside for all men to nibble at?" And he glared at Mameena.
"Aye, child of Senzangkagona," answered Zekali. "I heard Saduko say this with his own lips. But the voice that spoke from the lips was not the voice of Saduko, as were you a skilled Nyanga like me, you would have known as well as I do, and as well as does the white man, watcher by night, who is a reader of hearts. Hearken now, O king, and you great ones around the king, and I will tell you a story. Matewane, the father of Saduko, was my friend, as he was yours, O king, and when Bangu slew him and his people, by leave of the wild beast, Jaka, I saved the child, his son, aye, and brought him up in my own house, having learned to love him. Then, when he became a man, I, the opener of roads, showed him 2 roads, down either of which he might choose to walk, the road of wisdom and the road of war and women, the white road that runs through peace to knowledge, and the red road that runs through blood to death. But already there stood one upon this red road who beckoned him, she who sits yonder, and he followed after her as I knew he would. From the beginning she was false to him, taking a richer man for her husband. Then when Saduko grew great, she grew sorry and came to ask my counsel as how she might be rid of Masapo, whom she swore she hated. I told her she could leave him for another man, or wait till her spirit moved him from her path. But I never put evil into her heart, seeing that it was there already. Then she and no other, having first made Saduko love her more than ever, murdered the child of Nandi, his Inkosikazi, and so brought about the death of Masapo and crept into Saduko's arms. Here she slept a while, till a new shadow fell upon her, that of the elephant with the tuft of hair, who will walk the woods no more. Him she beguiled, that she might grow great the quicker, and left the house of Saduko, taking his heart with her, she who was destined to be the doom of men. Now into Saduko's breast, where his heart had been, entered an evil spirit of jealousy and of revenge. And in the battle of Endondakusuka, that spirit rode him as a white man rides a horse, as he arranged to do with the prince at the Cetewayo yonder. Nay, deny it not, O prince, for I know all. Did you not make a bargain together on the 3rd night before the battle among the bushes, and sat apart when the buck leapt out between you?"
Here Cetewayo, who had been about to speak, threw the corner of his kaross over his face.
"As he arranged to do, I say, he went over with his regiments from the Izikosa to the Usutu, and so brought about the fall of Umbalazi and the death of many thousands. Yes, and this he did for one reason only, because yonder woman had left him for the prince, and he cared more for her than all the world could give him, for her who had filled him with madness as a bowl is filled with milk. And now, O king, you have heard this man tell you a story. You have heard him shout out that he is viler than any man in all the land, that he murdered his own child, the child he loved so well, to win this witch. that afterwards he gave her to his friend and lord to buy more of his favour, and that lastly he deserted that lord because he thought that there was another lord from whom he could buy more favour. Is it not so, O king?"
"It is so," answered Panda, "and therefore must Saduko be thrown to the jackals."
"Wait a while, O king. I say that Saduko has spoken not with his own voice, but with the voice of Mameena. I say that she is the greatest witch in all the land, and that she has drugged him with the medicine of her eyes, so that he knows not what he says, even as she drugged the prince who is dead."
"Then prove it, or he dies," exclaimed the king. Now the dwarf went to Panda and whispered in his ear, whereon Panda whispered in turn into the ears of two of his counsellors. These men, who were unarmed, rose and made as though to leave the Izikolo. But as they passed Mameena, one of them suddenly threw his arms about her, pinioning her arms, the other tearing off the kaross she wore, for the weather was cold, flung it over her head and knotted it behind her so that she was hidden except for her ankles and feet. Then, although she did not move or struggle, they caught hold of her and stood still. Now Zekali hobbled to Saduko and bade him rise, which he did. Then he looked at him for a long while and made certain movements with his hands before his face, after which Saduko uttered a great sigh and stared about him.
"Saduko," said Zekali, "I pray you tell me, your foster father, which is true, as men say, that you sold your wife Mameena to the Prince Umbalazi in order that his favour might fall on you like heavy rain?"
"Wow, Zekali," said Saduko with a start of rage. "If were you as others are, I would kill you, you toad. Who dare to spit slander in my name? She ran away with the prince, having beguiled him with the magic of her beauty."
"Strike me not, Saduko," went on Zekali, "or at least wait to strike until you have answered one more question. Is it true, as men say, that in the battle of Endondahusuka, that you went over to the Asutu with your regiments because you thought that in Lohufu Enesiluante would be beaten, and wished to be on the side of him who won?"
"What, toad? More slander!" cried Saduko. "I went over for one reason only, to be revenged upon the prince because he had taken from me her who was more to me than life or honour. Aye, and when I went over Umbalazi was winning. It was because I went that he lost and died, as I meant that he should die. Though now," he added sadly, "I would that I had not brought him to ruin and the dust, who think that, like myself, he was but wet clay in a woman's fingers. O king," he added, turning to Panda, "kill me, I pray you, who am not worthy to live, since to him whose hand is red with the blood of his friend death alone is left, who, while he breathes, must share his sleep with ghosts that watch him with their angry eyes." The Nandis sprang up and said,
"Nay, father, listen not to him who is mad and therefore holy."
Footnote: the Zulus suppose that insane people are inspired. End footnote.
"What he has done, he has done, who, as he has said, was but a tool in another's hand. As for our babe, I know well that he would have died sooner than harm it, for he loved it much, and when it was taken away, for 3 whole days and nights he wept and would touch no food. Give this poor man to me, my father, to me, his wife, who loves him, and let us go hence to some other land, where perchance we may forget."
"Be silent, daughter," said the king. "And you, O Zekali, the Nyanga, be silent also." They obeyed, and after thinking a while, Panda made a motion with his hand, whereon the two counsellors lifted the kaross from off Mameena, who looked about her calmly and asked if she were taking part in some child's game. "Aye, woman," answered Panda.
You are taking part in a great game, but not, I think, such as is played by children. A game of life and death. Now, have you heard the tale of Zikali the little and wise, in the words of Saduko, who was once your husband, or must they be repeated to you?
There is no need, O king. My ears are too quick to be muffled by a fur bag, and I would not waste your time.
Then what have you to say, woman?
Not much, she answered with a shrug of her shoulders, except that I have lost in this game. You will not believe me, but if you had left me alone I should have told you so, who did not wish to see that poor fool Saduko killed for deeds he had never done. Still, the tale he told you was not told because I had bewitched him. It was told for love of me, whom he desired to save. It was Zikali yonder, Zikali, the enemy of your house, who in the end will destroy your house, O son of Senzankagona, that bewitched him, as he has bewitched you all, and forced the truth out of his unwilling heart. Now, what more is there to say? Very little, I think. I did the things that are laid to my charge, and worse things which have not been stated. Oh, I played for great stakes, I who meant to be Inkosasana of the Zulus, and as it chances, by the weight of a hair I have lost. I thought that I had counted everything, but the hair's weight which turned the balance against me was the mad jealousy of this fool Saduko, upon which I had not reckoned. I see now that when I left Saduko, I should have left him dead. Thrice I had thought of it. Once I mixed the poison in his drink, and then he came in weary with his plottings, and kissed me ere he drank, and my woman's heart grew soft, and I overset the bowl that was at his lips. Do you not remember, Saduko? So, for that folly alone I deserve to die, for she who would reign, and her beautiful eyes flashed royally, must have a tiger's heart, not that of a woman. Well, because I was too kind, I must die, and after all is said, it is well to die, who go hence awaited by thousands upon thousands that I have sent before me, and who shall be greeted presently by your son, Indlovu Eni Silwante, and his warriors greeted as the Inkosasana of death, with red lifted spears and with the royal salute. Now I have spoken. Walk your little road, O king and prince and counsellors, till you reach the gulf into which I sink, that yawns for all of you. O king, when you meet me again at the bottom of that gulf, what a tale you will have to tell me, you who are but the shadow of a king, you whose heart henceforth must be eaten out by a worm that is called love of the lost. O prince and conqueror Cetewayo, what a tale you will have to tell me when I greet you at the bottom of that gulf, you who will bring your nation to a wreck, and at last die as I must die, only the servant of others and by the will of others. Nay, ask me not how. Ask old Zikali, my master, who saw the beginning of your house and will see its end. Oh yes, as you say, I am a witch, and I know. Come, I am spent. You men weary me as men have always done, being but fools whom it is so easy to make drunk, and who, when drunk, are so unpleasing. I am tired of you sober and cunning, and I am tired of you drunken and brutal. You who, after all, are but beasts of the field, to whom Medlingangi, the Creator, has given heads which can think.
but which always think wrong. Now, king, before you unchain your dogs upon me, I ask one moment. I said that I hated all men, yet, as you know, no woman can tell the truth. Quite. There is a man whom I do not hate, whom I never hated, whom I think I love because he would not love me. He sits there. And to my utter dismay, and the intense interest of that company, she pointed at me, Allan Quatermain. Well, once by my magic, of which you have heard so much, I got the better of this man, his will and judgment, and because of that soft heart of mine, I let him go. Yes, I let the rare fish go when he was on my hook. It was well that I should have let him go, since, had I kept him, a fine story would have been spoiled, and I should have become nothing but a white hunter's servant, to be thrust away behind the door when the white Inkosikazi came to eat his meat. I, Mameena, who never loved to stand out of sight behind a door. Well, when he was at my feet and I spared him, he made me a promise, a very small promise, which yet I think he will keep now when we part for a little while. Macumazahn, did you not promise to kiss me once more upon the lips, whenever and wherever I should ask you? I did, I answered in a hollow voice, for in truth her eyes held me as they had held Saduko. Then come now, Macumazahn, and give me that farewell kiss. The king will permit it, and since I have now no husband, who take death to husband, there is none to say you nay. I rose. It seemed to me that I could not help myself. I went to her, this woman surrounded by implacable enemies, this woman who had played for great stakes and lost them, and who knew so well how to lose. I stood before her ashamed and yet not ashamed, for something of her greatness, evil though it might be, drove out my shame, and I knew that my foolishness was lost in vast tragedy. Slowly she lifted her languid arm and threw it about my neck. Slowly she bent her red lips to mine and kissed me, once upon the mouth and once upon the forehead. But between those two kisses she did a thing so swiftly that my eyes could scarcely follow what she did. It seemed to me that she brushed her left hand across her lips, and that I saw her throat rise as though she swallowed something. Then she thrust me from her, saying, Farewell, O Macumazahn. You will never forget this kiss of mine, and when we meet again, we shall have much to talk of, for between now and then your story will be long. Farewell, Zikali. I pray that all your plannings may succeed, since those you hate are those I hate, and I bear you no grudge because you told the truth at last. Farewell, Prince Cetewayo. You will never be the man your brother would have been, and your lot is very evil, you who are doomed to pull down a house built by one who was great. Farewell, Saduko the fool, who threw away your fortune for a woman's eyes, as though the world were not full of women. Nandi the sweet and forgiving will nurse you well until your haunted end. Oh, why does Umbalazi lean over your shoulder, Saduko, and look at me so strangely? Farewell, Panda the shadow. Now let loose your slayers. Oh, let them loose swiftly, lest they should be balked out of my blood. Panda lifted his hand, and the executioners leapt forward. But ere they reached her, Mameena shivered, threw wide her arms, and fell back, dead. The poisonous drug she had taken worked well and swiftly. Such was the end of Mameena, child of storm. A deep silence followed.
a silence of awe and wonderment, till suddenly it was broken by a sound of dreadful laughter. It came from the lips of Zicali, the ancient. Zicali, the thing that should never have been born. End of Chapter 15, Part 2. Recorded by Keith Salas.
Chapter 17 of Child of Storm. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Child of Storm by H. Rider Haggard. Chapter 17. Mameena, Mameena, Mameena. That evening at sunset, just as I was about to trek, for the king had given me leave to go, and at that time my greatest desire in life seemed to be to bid good-bye to Zululand and the Zulus, I saw a strange beetle-like shape hobbling up the hill towards me, supported by two big men. It was Zicali. He passed me without a word, merely making a motion that I was to follow him, which I did out of curiosity, I suppose, for heaven knows I had seen enough of the old wizard to last me for a lifetime. He reached a flat stone about 100 yards above my camp, where there was no bush in which anyone could hide, and sat himself down, pointing to another stone in front of him, on which I sat myself down. Then the two men retired out of earshot, and indeed of sight, leaving us quite alone. "So you are going away, O Macumazahn," he said. "Yes, I am," I answered with energy, who, if I could have had my will, would have gone away long ago. "Yes, yes, I know that. But it would have been a great pity, would it not? If you had gone, Macumazahn, you would have missed seeing the end of a strange little story, and you, who love to study the hearts of men and women, would not have been so wise as you are to-day." "No, nor as sad, Zicali. Oh, the death of that woman!" And I put my hand before my eyes. "Ah, I understand, Macumazahn. You were always fond of her, were you not? Although your white pride would not suffer you to admit that black fingers were pulling at your heartstrings. She was a wonderful witch, was Mameena. And there is this comfort for you, that she pulled at other heartstrings as well. Masapo's, for instance, Saduko's, for instance, Umbelazi's, for instance, none of whom got any luck from her pulling. Yes, and even at mine." Now, as I did not think it worth while to contradict his nonsense so far as I was concerned personally, I went off on this latter point. "If you show affection as you did towards Mameena to-day, Zicali, I pray my spirit that you may cherish none for me," I said. He shook his great head pityingly as he answered: "Did you never love a lamb and kill it afterwards when you were hungry, or when it grew into a ram and butted you, and when it drove away your other sheep, so that they fell into the hands of thieves? Now I am very hungry for the fall of the house of Senzangacona, and the lamb, Mameena, having grown big, nearly laid me on my back to-day within the reach of the slayer's spear. Also she was hunting my sheep, Saduko, into an evil net whence he could never have escaped. So, somewhat against my will, I was driven to tell the truth of that lamb and her tricks." "I dare say," I exclaimed. "But, at any rate, she is done with, so what is the use of talking about her?" "Ah, Macumazahn, she is done with, or so you think, though that is a strange saying for a white man who believes in much that we do not know. But at least her work remains, and it has been a great work. Consider now. Umbelazi and most of the princes and thousands upon thousands of the Zulus, whom I, the Dwande, hate, dead, dead. Mameena's work, Macumazahn. Panda's hand grown strengthless with sorrow and his eyes blind with tears. Mameena's work, Macumazahn. Cetewayo, king in all but name. Cetewayo, who shall bring the house of Senzangacona to the dust. Mameena's work, Macumazahn. Oh, a mighty work! Surely she has lived a great and worthy life, and she died a great and worthy death. And how well she did it! Had you eyes to see her take the poison which I gave her? A good poison, was it not? Between her kisses, Macumazahn. I believe it was your work and not hers, I blurted out, ignoring his mocking questions. You pulled the strings. You were the wind that caused the grass to bend till the fire caught it and set the town in flames, the town of your foes. How clever you are, Macumazahn! If your wits grow so sharp, one day they will cut your throat, as, indeed, they have nearly done several times already. Yes, yes, I know how to pull strings till the trap falls, and to blow grass until the flame catches it, and how to puff at that flame until it burns the house of kings. And yet this trap would have fallen without me. Only then it might have snared other rats, and this grass would have caught fire if I had not blown. Only then it might have burnt another house. I did not make these forces, Macumazahn. I did but guide them towards a great end, for which the White House, that is the English, should thank me one day." He brooded a while, then went on. "But what need is there to talk to you of these matters, Macumazahn, seeing that in a time to come you will have your share in them and see them for yourself? After they are finished, then we will talk." "I do not wish to talk of them," I answered. "I have said so already. But for what other purpose did you take the trouble to come here?" "Oh, to bid you farewell for a little while, Macumazahn. Also to tell you that Panda, or rather Cetewayo, for now Panda is but his voice, since the head must go where the feet carry it, has spared Saduko at the prayer of Nandi, and banished him from the land, giving him his cattle and any people who care to go with him to wherever he may choose to live from henceforth. At least, Cetewayo says it was at Nandi's prayer, and at mine and yours, but what he means is that, after all that has happened, he thought it was wise that Saduko should die of himself." "Do you mean that he should kill himself, Zikali?" "No, no. I mean that his own Idlozi, his spirit, should be left to kill him, which it will do in time. You see, Macumazahn, Saduko is now living with a ghost which he calls the ghost of Umbelazi, whom he betrayed." "Is that your way of saying he is mad, Zikali?" "Oh, yes, he lives with a ghost, or the ghost lives in him, or he is mad, call it which you will. The mad have a way of living with ghosts, and ghosts have a way of sharing their food with the mad. Now you understand everything, do you not?" "Of course," I answered. "It is as plain as the sun." "Oh, did I not say you were clever, Macumazahn, you who know where madness ends and ghosts begin, and why they are just the same thing? Well, the sun is no longer plain. Look, it has sunk, and you would be on your road who wish to be far from Nodwengu before morning. You will pass the plain of Ndondakusuka, will you not, and cross the Tugela by the drift? Have a look round, Macumazahn, and see if you can recognize any old friends. Umbisi, the knave and traitor, for instance, or some of the princes. If so, I should like to send them a message. What, you cannot wait? Well, then, here is a little present for you, some of my own work. Open it when it is light again, Macumazahn. It may serve to remind you of the strange little tale of Mameena with the heart of fire. I wonder where she is now. Sometimes," and he rolled his great eyes about him and sniffed at the air like a hound. "Farewell, till we meet again. Farewell, Macumazahn. Oh, if you had only run away with Mameena, how different things might have been today." I jumped up and fled from that terrible old dwarf, whom I verily believe—no, what is the good of my saying what I believe? I fled from him, leaving him seated on the stone in the shadows, and as I fled, out of the darkness behind me there arose the sound of his loud and eerie laugh. Next morning I opened the packet which he had given me, after wondering once or twice whether I should not thrust it down an ant-bear hole as it was. But this somehow I could not find the heart to do, though now I wish I had. Inside, cut from the black core of the unzibiti wood, with just a little of the white sap left on it to mark the eyes, teeth, and nails, was a likeness of Mameena. Of course it was rudely executed, but it was, or rather is, for I still have it, a wonderfully good portrait of her. For whether Zikali was or was not a wizard, he was certainly a good artist. There she stands, her body a little bent, her arms outstretched, her hand held forward with the lips parted, just as though she were about to embrace somebody, and in one of her hands, cut also from the white sap of the Mzimbiti, she grasps a human heart, Saduko's, I presume, or perhaps Umbelazi's. Nor was this all, for the figure was wrapped in a woman's hair, which I knew at once for that of Mameena, this hair being held in place by the necklet of big blue beads she used to wear about her throat. Some 5 years had gone by, during which many things had happened to me that need not be recorded here, when one day I found myself in a rather remote part of the Umvoti district of Natal, some miles to the east of a mountain called the Elands Kopje, whither I had gone to carry out a big deal in mealies, over which, by the way, I lost a good bit of money. That has always been my fate when I plunged into commercial ventures. One night my waggons, which were overloaded with these confounded weevilly mealies, got stuck in the drift of a small tributary of the Tugela, that most inopportunely had come down in flood. Just as darkness fell I managed to get them up the bank, in the midst of a pelting rain that soaked me to the bone. There seemed to be no prospect of lighting a fire or of obtaining any decent food, so I was about to go to bed supperless, when a flash of lightning showed me a large kraal situated upon a hillside about half a mile away, and an idea entered my mind. "Who is the headman of the kraal?" I asked one of the Kaffirs who had collected round us in our trouble, such as idle fellows always do. "Chosa, Inkoossi," answered the man. "Chosa! Chosa!" I said, for the name seemed familiar to me. "Who is Chosa?" "Ikona, I don't know, Inkoossi. He came from Zululand some years ago with Saduka the Mad." Then, of course, I remembered at once, and my mind flew back to the night when old Chosa, the brother of Matiwani, Suduko's father, had cut out the cattle of the Bangu, and we had fought the battle in the pass. "Oh," I said, "is it so? Then lead me to Chosa, and I will give you a Scotchman." That is, a 2-shilling piece, so called because some enterprising emigrant from Scotland passed off a vast number of them among the simple natives of Natal as substitutes for half-crowns. Tempted by this liberal offer, and it was very liberal, because I was anxious to get to Chosa's kraal before its inhabitants went to bed, the meditative Kaffir consented to guide me by a dark and devious path that ran through bush and dripping fields of corn. At length we arrived, for if the kraal was only half a mile away, the path to it covered fully 2 miles; and glad enough was I when we had waded the last stream and found ourselves at its gate. In response to the usual inquiries, conducted amid a chorus of yapping dogs, I was informed that Chosa did not live there, but somewhere else; that he was too old to see anyone; that he had gone to sleep, and could not be disturbed; that he was dead, and had been buried last week, and so forth. "Look here, my friend," I said at last to the fellow who was telling me all these lies, "you go to Chosa in his grave, and say to him that if he does not come alive instantly, Macumazahn will deal with his cattle as once he dealt with those of Bangu." Impressed with the strangeness of this message, the man departed, and presently, in the dim light of the rain-washed moon, I perceived a little old man running towards me; for Chosa, who was pretty ancient at the beginning of this history, had not been made younger by a severe wound at the battle of the Tugela, and many other troubles. "Macumazahn," he said, "is that really you? Why, I heard that you were dead long ago. Yes, and sacrificed an ox for the welfare of your spirit." "And ate it afterwards, I'll be bound," I answered. "Oh, it must be you," he went on, "who cannot be deceived, for it is true we ate that ox, combining the sacrifice of your spirit with a feast. For why should anything be wasted when one is poor? Yes, yes, it must be you, for who else would come creeping about a man's kraal at night, except the watcher by night? Enter, Macumazahn, and be welcome." So I entered and ate a good meal while we talked over old times. "And now, where is Saduko?" I asked, suddenly, as I lit my pipe. "Saduko?" he answered, his face changing as he spoke. "Oh, of course he is here. You know I came away with him from Zululand. Why? Well, to tell the truth, because after the part we had played, against my will, Macumazahn, at the battle of Endodakusuka, I thought it safer to be away from a country where those who have worn their karosses inside out find many enemies and few friends." "Quite so," I said. "But about Saduko?" "Oh, I told you, did I not? He is in the next hut, and dying." "Dying? What of, Chosa?" "I don't know," he answered mysteriously, "but I think he must be bewitched. For a long while, a year or more, he has eaten little and cannot bear to be alone in the dark. Indeed, ever since he left Zululand, he has been very strange and moody." Now I remembered what old Zikali had said to me years before, to the effect that Saduko was living with a ghost which would kill him. "Does he think much about Umbelazi, Chosa?" I asked. "Oh, Macumazahn, he thinks of nothing else. The spirit of Umbelazi is in him day and night." "Indeed," I said. "Can I see him?" "I don't know, Macumazahn. I will go and ask the Lady Nandi at once, for if you can, I believe there is no time to lose." And he left the hut. 10 minutes later he returned with a woman, Nandi the Sweet herself, the same quiet, dignified Nandi whom I used to know, only now somewhat worn with trouble and looking older than her years. "Greeting, Macumazahn," she said. "I am pleased to see you, although it is strange, very strange, that you should come here just at this time. Saduko is leaving us on a long journey, Macumazahn." I answered that I had heard so with grief, and wondered whether he would like to see me. "Yes, very much, Macumazahn. Only be prepared to find him different from the Saduko whom you knew. Be pleased to follow me." So we went out of Chosa's hut, across a courtyard to another large hut, which we entered. It was lit with a good lamp of European make; also a bright fire burned upon the hearth, so that the place was as light as day. At the side of the hut a man lay upon some blankets, watched by a woman. His eyes were covered with his hand, and he was moaning, "Drive him away! Drive him away! Cannot he suffer me to die in peace?" "Would you drive away your old friend Macumazahn, Saduko?" asked Nandi, very gently. "Macumazahn, who has come from far to see you?" He sat up, and the blankets falling off him showed me that he was nothing but a living skeleton. Oh, how changed from that lithe and handsome chief whom I used to know! Moreover, his lips quivered, and his eyes were full of terrors. "Is it really you, Macumazahn?" he said in a weak voice. "Come, then, and stand quite close to me, so that he may not get between us." And he stretched out his bony hand. I took the hand. It was icy cold. "Yes, yes, it is I, Saduko," I said in a cheerful voice, "and there is no man to get between us. Only the Lady Nandi, your wife, and myself are in the hut. She who watched you has gone." "Oh, no, Macumazahn, there is another in the hut whom you cannot see. There he stands," and he pointed towards the hearth. "Look, the spear is through him, and his plume lies on the ground." "Through whom, Saduko?" "Whom? Why, the Prince Umbelazi, whom I betrayed for Mameena's sake." "Why do you talk wind, Saduko?" I asked. "Years ago I saw In lovu eni silonti, die. Die, Macumazahn? We do not die. It is only our flesh that dies. Yes, yes, I have learned that since we parted. Do you not remember his last words? I will haunt you while you live, and when you cease to live, then we shall meet again. Oh, from that hour to this he has haunted me, Macumazahn, he and the others, and now we are about to meet as he promised. Then once more he hid his eyes and groaned. "He is mad," I whispered to Nandi. "Perhaps. Who knows?" she answered, shaking her head. Saduko uncovered his eyes. "Make the thing that burns brighter," he gasped, "for I do not perceive him so clearly when it is bright. Oh, Macumazahn, he is looking at you and whispering. To whom is he whispering? I see, to Mameena, who also looks at you and smiles. They are talking. Be silent, I must listen." Now I began to wish I were out of that hut, for really a little of this uncanny business went a long way. Indeed, I suggested going, but Nandi would not allow it. "Stay with me till the end," she muttered. So I had to stay, wondering what Saduko heard Umbelazi whispering to Mameena, and on which side of me he saw her standing. He began to wander in his mind. "That was a clever pit you dug for Bangu, Macumazahn, but you would not take your share of the cattle, so the blood of the Amakoba is not on your head. Ah, what a fight that was which the Amawombi made at Endondakusuka. You were with them, you remember, Macumazahn. And why was I not at your side? Oh, then we would have swept away the Uzutu as the wind sweeps ashes. Why was I not at your side to share the glory? I remember now. Because of the daughter of Storm. She betrayed me for Umbelazi, and I betrayed Umbelazi for her. And now he haunts me, whose greatness I brought to the dust, and the Usuto wolf, Cetewayo, curls himself up in his form and grows fat on his food. And Macumazahn, it has all been done in vain, for Mameena hates me. Yes, I can read it in her eyes. She mocks and hates me worse in death than she did in life. And she says that it was not her fault because she loves. A look of bewilderment came upon his face, his poor, tormented face. Then suddenly Saduko threw his arms wide and sobbed in an ever-weakening voice. "All done in vain. Oh, Mameena, Mameena, Mameena," and fell back dead. "Saduko has gone away," said Nandi, as she drew a blanket over his face. "But I wonder," she added with a little hysterical smile, "oh, how I wonder who it was the spirit of Mameena told him that she loved. Mameena, who was born without a heart." I made no answer, for at that moment I heard a very curious sound, which seemed to me to proceed from somewhere above the hut. Of what did it remind me? Ah, I knew. It was like the sound of the dreadful laughter of Zikali, opener of roads. Zikali, the thing that should never have been born. Doubtless, however, it was only the cry of some storm-driven night-bird, or perhaps it was an hyena that laughed, an hyena that scented death. End of chapter 17. End of Child of Storm by H. Rider Haggard.